Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Let's get some funk in there. I feel like that should be spread more. Yeah, it's good. I'll try it. We need like some words, right? Yeah. Just a little bit. Yep, yep. Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. What's my pick? Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Little cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Little cleaner here. Go. Chickity check yourself before you break yourself. Cause girls is players too. Yeah, that song is good. Close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Chickity check yourself before you break yourself. Chickity.
All right, we'll add some more to that. We'll add some more to that as we go, but that's fucking fun. That's a fun jam. Right? Well done, Jacob. All right, so we're live. Did somebody tag everyone? Are all the tube stakes tagged? These I don't know if they're going up. I have some news. $10. Please do a cover of "As the World Falls Down." Hold on, I don't know that. Thank you, Tim, but I don't know. Do I know that song? By who? Is it like an old hip hop song? "As the World Falls Down."
Hello?
It sounds like a James Bond song. Hey, Mick, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
48 Muslim.
Okay, just 1 second. I have to look up the song called "As the World Falls Down." Oh, the David Bowie. Man, I'd have to listen to that, but maybe I could. Yeah, I'd have to give that a listen. I'm not like super familiar with that one, or at all familiar. I'm sure I've heard it, but like I can't think of it. That's from The Labyrinth. Okay. Yeah. So the news about YouTube is that I'm just completely giving up on it. I just can't keep up with it. There's too much going on in my life to have a YouTube account. So that's that news. The other news is Joel's still missing. We're holding we're in search of Joel still. We're doing our best to find him. But you know, we don't know. Okay, Tim, sorry, I got your second one there. Yeah, I will learn that, and I will learn it for you, and I'll work on it. But Mick, the news for you is, and I'm sorry to tell you this, God isn't real. So that might have an impact on your like Muslimness.
Okay, what do you mean by God when you're saying God?
Like Allah.
Okay, what's come to in your mind when you say Allah? Is that like the man behind you?
Allah, like the guy from the Quran, that the
Okay, so you're
Prophet,
saying
the
God.
Muhammad, he wrote all those stories about him. The guy's not real. So I'm just letting people know that.
Okay, but do you agree that you have some assumption in your mind about my God?
Like that your God is Allah? Am I wrong about that?
No, you when you're saying Allah, it's just in English the God.
Am I saying it wrong?
No, so you're saying God, yes, but what I'm saying, what do you assume about God when you're saying God?
That you believe in him.
How do you know what
Is that not?
what is
Sorry, that's you're right. That you totally fixed me up here. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. What do you mean by God? So I can tell you. Again, what do you mean by God, please?
The one you believe in. Remember, you just said you believe in God. That's the one I'm talking about. Yours.
Okay, so let me tell you my position. So I believe that there is a starter who started all existence, necessary existence.
Right, and that's what I'm kind of letting people know that's not true.
Okay, how do you know that?
I checked. We looked into it, and normally I have a friend who helped me, but you know, the story is that there's this guy who started everything, but that doesn't make sense.
Guy, wait a minute. Who said guy?
God.
Why do you assume guy?
Is he a guy or not?
That's what I'm asking you. Why do you assume that he's a guy?
That's just how everyone refers to him. You don't think he's like some being? What do you want me to like? How do you want me to refer to
And
him?
what make you
A thing?
that's what-
Okay, something with a mind and like these attributes that are described in the Quran. That thing doesn't exist.
you say something with a mind. What make you to say that? Why did you come to this conclusion to say there's something with a mind? I mean, you know.
Let me ask you
what
this: do you
what I'm
think God is a
understanding you-
brainless mind that existed before the universe?
What I'm understanding you, you already make conclusion in your mind, a picture or image about God.
Yeah, they
and
don't exist.
You're claiming that this is what the believers believe in. But what about if you are wrong about your imagination?
What?
What about if you are wrong about the thing that you are imagining in your mind and thinking that this is God should be in your mind, and assuming that the other people are believing the same thing what is in your mind?
Oh, do you believe in some new God that I haven't heard of? Well, tell me about the God you believe in. Let's find out if they're real. Is the God that you believe in the God from like ancient times that they made up, like the prophet talked about in the Quran?
So we have
Just say, or if not, you're right. I shouldn't have assumed that. So first off, just say Allah is not God, and then we can move forward from there and find out
we
who
say
is.
Allah. We say Allah
Yeah.
is the one who created and is a necessary existence that everything depend on him to exist.
Right. That's
And
the
he
one
just
that's the one
started-
I
he
was
just
talking
started.
about.
He's a
That's the one that you
necessary
believe in. I don't know why you keep saying it's not the right one. That's the one I'm talking about.
Okay, so there is nothing like unto Allah. So how do you know? Why are you talking about mind and brain and things like that then?
Does Allah have a mind?
What do you mean by mind? Give me a definition.
Like, is he able to like think and hold memories and knowledge and process
No.
information?
It's not that way, no.
Yeah, okay.
He
Then
know- he know
Allah
all
doesn't have a
things.
mind. Okay.
He know all things at once. He's
So he
all
can't
knowing.
think or anything?
He's all knowing.
Right. So he doesn't think. He's just like a thumb drive, like a data bank.
I just told you he's all knowing. Do you know what the word all knowing mean?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, but I know what it means.
No, it mean he doesn't have to think. He's already know all things.
Right, so he doesn't process. He doesn't like plan anything. He doesn't make judgments. He just he's just a data bank of information.
He know all things. For example, when he created universe, yes, he chose a point to create.
Oh,
universe.
he's choosing. Yeah, choosing means he's doing active mental processing. You can't choose without a mind.
Okay, how do you know this must be mental? Do you compare that to your mental things?
No, my mind is a brain mind. My mind is in
So-
my brain.
Okay,
God's mind doesn't exist. He doesn't have a brain. Does God have a brain?
that's what doesn't make sense. What you talking when you say brain?
Yeah, so he doesn't have a brain, so I don't think that this mind
Okay,
exists.
let me tell you something. What I understand you, okay? So you have the God that is in your mind. You need to put under microscope, okay? So that's not the God that we Muslim believe, okay? So whatever God.
Oh, you
that
believe? So you just
that
are making up a different God than the Quran one?
No, you don't know the God of Quran. That's what I'm telling you. You don't have. You cannot, because in Quran it's saying that لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. There is nothing like unto him. You cannot imagine anything about him. So how can you even? When
Well,
Muslim
it talks about him. It describes him.
How is it describing?
Have you not read it?
I've read it. I'm just telling you the verse. It says لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. There is nothing like unto him. You cannot imagine anything about God.
Well, then do you think he's good? Or do you think he's all knowing?
He's all knowing. Yeah.
Well, you can't know that. You don't know he really is because you can't
Well, he said
imagine
that
what he's
all-
like, right?
He said in the Quran that he's all knowing.
Yeah,
That's
but
his
you don't know if
attribute.
that's true because you don't know what that really means when we're talking about God because you can't imagine what he's like.
I'm just telling you that this is his attribute of all knowing. Because
Yeah,
the one who
but you
created
don't know if that's
universe-
one of his attributes because those are words, like human words, so they're not describing him properly. So he isn't probably all knowing because that's just a human term.
Yeah. So you are you saying that I don't know exactly how the all knowing mean? Yes, I agree with that. We don't, but we are told that he's all knowing. That means he's behind even that. Is
You're
behind
also
our-
told he doesn't exist. I just said that, and you didn't accept that. I don't know why.
What doesn't exist? He doesn't
Do you
exist.
think
What
he
do you mean?
like when we use the word exist? Do you think it's the same way that like God uses the word exist?
Okay, what we're saying is, look, we say that he's necessary there, okay? So he started the universe. He's the starter of the universe. Without
Why do you
the
think he
starter,
started the
there's nothing
universe?
gonna exist. Okay, because without the starter, there's nothing going to exist.
No, why was it him though?
Then what else going to be?
Literally any other god? Why do you think
has
why do
to
you think
be-
it was that one? Or maybe just a natural process that isn't a god?
No, you cannot say maybe. Just stick to the facts, okay?
Okay, that's a good idea. What's the first fact? The universe
the
exists.
reality.
Fact 1, universe exists. Fact
Yeah.
2, I think that's all we have. That might be it.
Okay, so when you say universe, what do you mean by universe?
Hey man, if you don't know what the
The
universe is,
physical-
or you don't know who your God is, I don't know if this conversation is going to go well.
No, what I'm
Do you
saying...
know what the
there's a-
universe is?
Yeah, but there's a physical universe, like a moon, stars, suns, and there's also
Yeah.
space. Okay, there's space, and so...
Yeah,
what
that
I'm
counts as the
asking
universe.
what do
You
mean?
think that
See-
God made that, right?
Okay, so what I'm saying, anything that is physical, it has a size and is dependent. So anything that's dependent has a beginning, correct?
I don't know if that's true or not. Is that true?
There's no any other way because anything that have
Prove
a
it.
size, it depends on space.
Show me something that can't exist without
Okay.
wait. So you think everything that exists is dependent,
Everything that's physical,
but things that
That
are
have
not
a
physical are
size.
not dependent?
no, everything that's physical, that has a size, is dependent.
How do you know
Why?
that? Have you checked everything?
Okay. I'll give you the facts and evidence. So
What about
I-
energy?
I-
Isn't energy like eternal?
we will talk about that, but let's go step by step. So first thing, anything that's physical and have a size, it depends on space. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so space is probably eternal.
Okay, no. So when you say space,
What does space depend on?
okay, when you say space, you have to tell me what do you mean by space. You can't just say space. Use the word. You have to.
You don't
give
know
me
what
what is it.
like space means, like area,
You know particles.
like empty space. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but what is made of?
Space?
Mm-hmm.
It's emptiness. It's like a void.
No, it's made of particles.
No, there's like
correct?
fields. Like there's the field, like the Higgs field.
Okay, do you agree that it's made of particles?
I think some of it, but I think that there's also like probably empty
so if it-
space, except for
let's
like
say-
consistent fields that seem to like permeate everything. Those are probably like just everywhere.
So are
Hey,
you saying
thanks
that
for all the stuff. I appreciate it, guys. It is Friday. We're celebrating. That's
So my friend,
good.
you're
It's
saying
Friday.
space
This
is
TGIF
eternal?
means that's good. It's Friday.
Are you saying that space is infinite, has no size, no limit?
I don't know. We're just sticking to the facts, so we don't know that.
Okay, so this when we say space, we have to know what space is. It's made of particles, and the particles have, even no matter how small they are, there are many particles, and they have a size. They depend on something else, another place to stay. So anything that you can talk
What
about.
are particles in?
Sorry?
What are the particles in?
Of course, they depend on somewhere to stay.
Yeah, so what's that? Where's the area that particles are
Exactly, that's what I'm asking you. When you say in space, you're talking
in? Yeah,
about
they're
particles.
in space. That's what I mean. That's the empty area that the particles are inside of. There's particles and space. I mean, we can look it up. Do you want to check it? Look into it.
So you
Let's
say
Google it.
particles are different
What
than space?
is space?
Okay, yeah.
The vast three-dimensional expanse that exists beyond Earth's atmosphere, containing all celestial bodies. It is a non-perfect, near-perfect vacuum with extremely low particle density, filled with radiation, magnetic fields, and some gas and dust. So all of the stuff, right, like the gas, the dust, and the particles, are dependent on the space, right?
No, they don't depend. They are made. This is what makes space. So if you say they are dependent on the space, then what the other space depend on? So that's what my point
Okay,
is.
hold on.
Okay?
Let's see. Is space empty or is it particles? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, it's a mixture of particles, radiation, magnetic fields, and other forms of energy. Okay, so like
Exactly.
what is energy dependent on?
So we have to also go. What is the energy made of?
Huh? What do you mean?
Search it. Just say what is the energy made of?
What is energy made of? Why don't you just tell me what energy is dependent on?
I don't have to tell you. I only can tell you anything that have a size, no matter how little,
It
how
says
big is
energy
it.
is not made of anything. It's a property or characteristic of matter and fields that represent the capacity to do work. It exists in various forms, kinetic, potential, thermal, and chemical energy.
So you're saying that then space exists in energy? It depends on energy?
We found out that space is energy, right? We looked it up, and it's like a type of energy is involved. And then I was asking you, is energy dependent?
You just told me before now what the space was made of. Then you jumped onto energy, different thing. And
energy was in that list, though. So I was asking you about the energy part. Do you think?
So can
hey, Mick, why don't you answer one question one time? Do you think energy is dependent on something?
It depends what you mean by energy. If you tell me what you mean by energy, then I can tell you. But if you use just the word, maybe you're talking about God.
Is any energy at all dependent on something?
You see, this is the thing. You see, if you tell me what do you mean by energy, then I can tell you. But
I mean, there's other people in the guest box, so you're not going to do like any responses and stuff. I'm not really interested in that conversation. Monk, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 22 and I'm a Christian.
Oh, dang it. We were talking to that guy was Muslim, and I don't know what he was talking about, but I was letting him know that Allah doesn't exist, which you probably knew that already, right?
Well, Allah
like
is the one, yes.
Yeah, like from the Quran.
Yeah, I found it to be more of a dead faith, but
yeah, the bummer is the Christian God's also not real. And I'm just kind of like letting people know this in a like nice way here. So I'm sorry to say that, but we're just kind of like, it's almost like a public service announcement.
Okay. Well, what are your fundamental reasonings why you believe that?
What do you mean?
So how do you break down your belief that God does not exist?
Oh, just you know how he's described as being everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I have this thing right here. I don't know if you've seen this before. Here he isn't. Did you notice that? I opened my hand and he's not there. And so now he's not everywhere, which means that he can't be an everywhere God. I mean, there's no detectable, you can't see him, smell him, touch him, microscope. There's like no way to find him anywhere here at all. So if he's everywhere and he's not right here, then he's a contradiction, and those are impossible.
You're taking off of your observability of what God is.
Yeah, we just checked. It.
Gotcha. So you believe that in a finite world, we can fundamentally break down what an infinite God would be.
Well, if he's infinite, then he would be everywhere. But then that means you aren't anywhere. You know what I mean?
Well, pattern recognition would actually kind of, in a sense, completely differ from what you believe on that sense that God doesn't kind of prove that he is everywhere. It's like the entire idea of like, how does the leaf grow to the way that it does? There's a certain confirmable pattern between how leaves grow out the same way between certain species of trees, and then some certain different species grow a different way.
I might have to write this sentence down. Pattern recognition would lead you to, what was after that?
So pattern recognition, it's how you can see how God's signature more or less is within creation.
You can see God's
like
signature in creation.
It's like,
oh, you mean like we see patterns in nature and that's God?
It's a fundamental principle that shows us a consistency to how the world was created.
Okay, say that one more time. It's a fundamental principle.
In how it upholds itself in nature.
In how it upholds itself in nature. Pattern recognition is a fundamental principle in how it upholds itself in nature.
Yep.
But you just like it's nature though.
Yes, but how does that nature function if there's not something that maintains how that function works?
Naturally, like
It's like,
nature does, it functions. That's what nature does. Just
yes,
like,
but
you know,
what
like the laws of
nature
nature. So everything
Mhm.
just follows those laws, like physics and stuff.
Yeah, so
Also,
there
pattern
is,
recognition is like, I think, like just something that happens in our minds. You know, sometimes we recognize a pattern that really is there, and then sometimes we recognize a pattern that's like not there. You know, like we'll see a face in something, and it's not really like it,
well, yeah,
right?
there's causality and then there is correlation. Sometimes they don't exactly work the way that they connect properly, you know?
Okay.
I can agree with you on part of that.
But just because, like, if it was the case that the universe was natural and just like existed forever, and it had these like laws and forces and stuff was kind of like slamming into each other, then there would be patterns in that. Especially like once things started to self-replicate, replication of like a copy of something is a duplicate. So like as those duplicate, there's going to be patterns, you
Yeah.
know. So like I don't think that just because you see patterns means that God is there.
Well, it's not the only reason. Um,
I don't think it's any reason, but maybe I don't understand it. But I mean, did you have a different one, or do you want to try to explain it more?
well, it's like how I was giving you the entire idea of how a leaf would grow into the same, like, consistent leaf throughout the same species, but a different species would grow a different sort of pattern to how it creates itself. It's
Yeah,
kind of like how you see the distinction of how a wolf would grow up, like, to full maturity compared to how a smaller dog would.
and that's God, or that the God is God makes
It's
them different.
it's a fundamental structure that upholds a certain order that a creative being would have had to have made.
Well, I mean, like when we like just look at the data, the especially in like biology, the lines between species are blurry, right? Like that's a thing that we all know now is that like wolves and dogs aren't that different. There's kind of in fact, you can breed them, right? So you can
Yeah.
have a half wolf, half dog. So it's not like there is a like God was like, and these ones will be dogs and these ones will be wolves. It's just that like they kind of can mix a little, and there's a blurry
Well,
line
no, yeah.
between
I
that
guess I
stuff.
can't agree with you there, yeah, because there is a certain kind of blurriness in that
All those
example. Yeah.
distinctions we made because we're like to do science and like and also just to like do your normal daily life, we need to like segment things. That's like a human thing. We need to kind of like separate things and say this is different from that, because then we can place different values on them, and we can like you know, like treat things appropriately. It just like helps us get through our day, or get through science is a big one. They like have these little boxes where it's like Rottweiler, Chihuahua, wolf, tree. Like they need to like segment everything so they can identify it and find each little difference. But in
Yeah.
reality, nature is this like blur, you know, like it's all kind like life is all kind of the same stuff.
I mean, yeah, in a sense that it does or like go in cycles and certain things can intermix themselves. Yes, I can agree there.
Well, I just mean that it all has like DNA. It all has you know, amino acids, proteins, lipids. Like these things are in all life, and
Yes.
it like works in a really like it's just really blurry lines between species. I don't think that those distinctions really exist that in any way that would show that like God distincted them.
Well, broken down to that very like macro level, all of those are certain, like, let's say a mitochondria. Pretty much everybody who does any sort of scientific like research, they know that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. But it has a certain function that it holds up consistently throughout like whatever species it is. On the very fundamental, like, broken down basis, it still forms the same function.
Yeah, I
And
mean
it
that's just following like chemistral laws, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But even for that, the laws of how those things uphold themselves, it's it's like working through a machine. You have certain gears that have their functions on whether it's sized way bigger to have a slower function, or whether it be part of a different entire track system that does something else as a function. It
So
all
if
works.
if like a new, like if two people or like two, ancient squirrel like things fucked, and their offspring had like some bizarrely, like just through like a DNA error, their mitochondria didn't work. It wasn't the powerhouse in that particular, squirrels, their child's thing. What would happen to that animal?
So you're saying if they're
Like normally we breed, so like, okay, so like normally, like when two squirrels breed, their mitochondria, like, and the way that acts gets passed on. So the next kid's mitochondria acts the same way, right?
Yeah.
Their cells work the same way, and so do their lungs and their ears and all this other stuff. But you just said mitochondria stuff. So like, if it was the case that there was some like DNA error, like at the moment that something happened, and when things were being copied over, something got messed up in there, and their mitochondria wasn't good. Like it was this failed, like it didn't do what it was supposed to. What would happen to that animal? Would it die?
Okay, so can we put this on the context of disease, or does that not work with your argument?
It's not. I'm just asking you about how, because you said mitochondria like always works the same way, and I think that's what we would expect if you're breeding and two people have mitochondria that works, and they pass that gene down to have working mitochondria to their next like being. Like it just makes sense that it would keep working. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then if it didn't, if that didn't, then that animal would die.
Yeah. Well,
And then they
honestly, in
wouldn't
a sense, I
they
do
wouldn't
agree
breed.
that
They wouldn't pass on their
breeding-
like mutated error.
Yeah.
Or if their mitochondria would like worked even a bit more efficiently than the last generation, then they would pass that on, and they would pass on even better. And like, so it would like the way that cells work over time, over generations, would improve. They'd become more efficient. They become better at duplicating. Like eventually they could like, be better at making like limbs, lungs, eyes, like all these things like over time could like evolve and develop, which is what that's what they say happened.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. I love that sound.
But no, I think in the fundamental function of how things work on the macro level, to where you have a certain harmony, and yeah, there's debatable in some cases with diseases, to where you have diseases that are like brung into a person that make those functions not work in their full harmony. Part of that is kind of a little bit of a hard point, because then you have to really pull from scripture, from what I understand there.
You said macro, but I think you mean microscopic, right?
Oh no, you're completely right. Yeah, it would be micro. I keep saying macro. Yeah.
I have this, like sometimes I don't know much about biology, but I have a cell. I don't know like what part is what here.
Yeah.
Someone tried to explain this to me once, and there's all this stuff happening, but you're saying that like this has like God's signature on it in some way.
I think in a sense, yeah, to where it still uniformly, so between plants, God, I keep getting notifications, I'm sorry. Between plants and animals, you still see a certain harmonious rhythm in how things work. Plants, you have photosynthesis. It's one of the most clear things you can kind of like point out, to where it has a distinguished function to how humans work, and just beasts, or I guess however you'd explain it, works. But
so like when we see these types of cells, they're so effective that we know God's hand was involved in creating them.
Not as much in the effectivity, but in the function, to where it still consistently runs the same function. It's like if you were to point at a dog, a squirrel, or a cat, you would probably not form the same correlation that all of them would climb trees, right? So
Yeah,
in the
dogs
fact
suck
that
at climbing
a dog,
trees.
Yeah. But in the fact that you would know that a dog is more than likely going to be running around the yard, a cat's going to probably be either inside or maybe climbing a tree. You never know.
I don't understand what that has to do with God, but on the micro level, I mean, like this is a breast cancer cell, right? So this is like I don't know if like what part of this seems like Like when you look at it, does it seem like God made it?
In the functions that all of the micro pieces of the cell work together, even in a lesser or higher like harmony, it still works through the same functions, whether it be the mitochondria working to make power for the cell to work, whether it be, I'm gonna be all honest, I don't remember most of my parts of my cells, but they all have a certain function in which they consistently work through.
Right. So you're saying that that's how you know God made it.
In a sense, it's how you know that some sort of very, very, very intelligent force made it.
Why do you think God made cancer?
It's debatable. It's like, have you ever read the story of Job or anything?
Well, I didn't think it was debatable. Wait, it's debatable why? Or if you did.
For how it works, because a lot of people would point out that the effects of sin or things that lead us away from God in a sense, because a lot of the identity of God is actually things that would prosper us as a human, but sin is things that lead us astray and essentially lead us towards a darkness that kind of breaks the form that we live in, our body.
So like, so we created, like we have with just our weak intelligence, our mid-level intelligence, we were able to invent cancer. That's interesting.
We didn't invent it. It's just that the body kind of, in the way that it is broken down by sin, it creates these things that would fundamentally change what we are if we're separated from a connection to our creator.
I don't understand how that, like, someone does something bad and that made AIDS.
Well, that's part of why I was saying it was debatable, because that is one of the explanations of how it works.
Is that yours explanation?
It's part of how I question things myself, because I could see a potential explanation there.
I don't understand it maybe. So like, you're saying that like everything was good and then someone did something bad, but you believe in like Adam and Eve?
Yeah.
Oh man, wow.
From a metaphorical stance, it's still a good figure of how you can understand how a good world could be corrupted.
I don't understand how. So what's the metaphor of you bite an apple and you get cancer? Like what? How does that work? That's a terrible explanation.
Adam and I do understand it. It is a pretty hard one to kind of like have to read through, especially fine print, and that's even me coming from a Christian more background. It's a hard explanation. The way that I correlate it there is Adam, the first man, he was made by God, and God had told him specifically, so he gave him a objective understanding. He told him, if you eat from this tree, it will more or less prosper you, give you life. If you eat from that tree, it will essentially cause you to die. It'll break your form, break the mold. Whenever Eve was made, she was actually made from Adam, and she hadn't had that personally explained to her. That's why she didn't understand that. And then Satan, in some interpretive understanding, or the serpent in the garden, he comes and he explains to Eve that if she were to go eat from that tree, that exact tree that God had already told Adam to not eat from, then it would prosper her. An obvious lie.
This is interesting at all, but I had to look this up, and sorry to not find it that interesting, but like there's the scientists found this like type of bone cancer, osteosarcoma in a amphibian. So that's not a human getting it. So did humans mess up amphibian bones?
Well, there actually is. So in the fact
and
that
this is from a fossil that's 210 million years old. So it's older than humans existed.
Well, there is also some debatability there on, I've heard a lot of explanation of how whenever the firmament was above, it caused a different aging period.
What?
It's how it's been explained to me.
You're like a flat earther?
Huh?
You're like a flat earther?
Just because there would have been a firmament doesn't mean it would have been the same as flat Earth. I could still fundamentally believe in a spherical Earth and still have a firmament above.
Holy moly. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought that this was going to be like a conversation about like kind of like real things and stuff, but you're talking about like magic stuff and it's kind of confusing me. Okay, so somehow humans did something that made that made animals in the past get bone cancer because there was water above the spherical Earth. Okay, go ahead.
That was not exactly correlation. That was more. Anyway.
Well, why do you think this 210 million year old amphibian has bone cancer? Was it our fault?
It's corruption of sin. It doesn't mean that amphibian itself sinned. It means that it has a connection to what we have done through sin. Sin is like a poison.
But we sinned after this thing existed. Do you know that humans are not that old? How old do you think humans are?
Dating period wise, if you take it off of the Bible, around, I think, 6,000 to 8,000 years old.
Okay, yeah, I mean it's a little older than that, but it's like a couple 100,000 years older than that. But this is 210 million years. So this is older than that. Than even my longer answer that's more accurate than yours. This is even older than that.
That's if you take carbon dating to be under the same consistency.
No, the carbon dating only goes back like carbon dating doesn't go back that old. This is a different type of dating.
Then what kind of dating would it be, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, they use like it's what's it called? Rubidium? Is that the right word for it?
Okay, I'll have to look into that, to be all honest.
Yeah, carbon dating only goes back. I don't know that much about it, but like carbon dating only goes back. I want to say 5,000 years. Is it 50,000 years? It's not that long that carbon dating. People are saying 50,000. Yeah, not rubidium. It's a lead dating. Yeah. Well, let me see here. I mean, we can just look this up. What kind of dating methods are used for 210 million year old animals? Let's just see what it says here. Radiometric. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, and it says because radiocarbon dating only can go back about 50,000 years old because of the half-lives. You know about half-lives and stuff, right? So, so they're going to use like uranium lead dating, and that's how they're going to do. They date the rocks, and then like where they find these things within the rocks, they like within the layers. You know, they can make some age approximations there. But either way, it's like it's about 210 million years older than humans. So even if they're off by a few years, it's like way older. Like way older.
It would be by a few years. I would say that the way that our dating systems work fundamentally, it takes into account, or at least from what I've seen and understood, it takes into a consistent account of the factor that is weighing in. Whether it be carbon dating, which I know carbon dating, yeah, it's only effective to a certain point, but it...
Well, you didn't know that. You just learned that the second, remember? You like a second ago, you thought it was that, and then you just right now learned that. So yeah. It might just be confusing to speak on it as if you have like done research on it because you just found that out. I just looked it up if radiometric dating is accurate, and it's saying that, yeah, it is. Highly accurate and reliable method for determining the absolute age of rocks, fossils, and other materials.
Under how many studies?
Oh, let's do that. How many studies have proven that radiometric dating works accurately? There's no specific number of studies, as it is a well-established method with numerous peer-reviewed studies confirming its reliability across a wide range of applications. So it's almost saying like there's too many to even count of how reliable it is. Have you looked into this before?
I haven't, to be all honest.
Yeah, I would look into seeing if like uranium lead dating is reliable and stuff like that, because it throws a bit of a wrench in the gears here. If it's like oh, cancer existed before humans, so that means humans can't have caused cancer, right?
Yeah, I could see the rationality there.
Just because things that like if you're to blame for something, you have to already exist. So
Okay.
okay, so well, great. Did you have anything else you wanted to chat about, or are we all kind of squared away? I'll let you do some research on that, and then if you want to come back, maybe and if you have some other reason why you think God is real, but obviously in this particular case, to say that he's real because he made cancer, he's real because we caused cancer, it just doesn't really that doesn't really add up, you know.
It wasn't exactly my argument, but I do understand your logic in a sense. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I kind of misunderstood it. But did you want to run a different one?
I mean, I could bring off. Are you okay with me kind of breaking into a totally different argument?
Yeah. Yeah, I think this one's pretty much done.
The spiritual aspect of what God is in identity is broken down into several aspects. One of the most pure aspects would be light, and light has correlation with how creation and just existence works.
Oh, like we need for life, we need light.
Yeah.
Yeah, like plants live on sunlight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Except not like the extremophiles. I mean, they get very little light, like those things that live on like anglerfish. You know, they do okay in the dark. And some of those cave animals. I say like let's see, how many animals live without sunlight? There's no exact number, but there's at least there's over 17,650. That's just ocean ones that live in perpetual darkness. So that many species. Okay, but yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
I was just going to say the spiritual aspects of it. So light is a more fundamental principle that is what everything else kind of derives from. Biblically, God defines himself and identity as love, truth, faithfulness, aspects that you
wrath.
can't really
Don't forget wrath. Don't forget wrath and jealousy.
What scripture says wrath?
That he uses his wrath?
Well, there's a difference in using and being. So I was just, is there a certain scripture you would know that actually says that he is wrath?
Oh, let's see. Maybe you're right. We have the wrath of God is revealed from heaven.
Oh, I'm lagging out.
That's in Romans. For God's wrath remains on them. That's in John. For the great day of his wrath is to come. So yeah, he has wrath, but he isn't wrath. The day of God's wrath. Everyone is sexually immoral or impure. Those things are the wrath of God. So you're just saying he has wrath, but he isn't wrath?
Yeah, because wrath is a form of how he uses his judgment.
I don't think that's what the word wrath means. His wrath is poured out like fire. The Lord to wrath at Horeb through the wrath of the Lord. Yeah, I think maybe you're right. Maybe it talks about his wrath so many times, so it's hard to go through all these.
And I totally get it.
Yeah, interpret the totality of God's wrath in Genesis, Deuteronomy, Isaiah, Deuteronomy again, Nahum. I don't read. Who reads Nahum? We skip that that book, right? It's a lot of wrath, though. Okay, yeah, okay, but yeah, so not that he is wrath. He is light, but he is good, but he has wrath.
Yeah,
that feels hard to say. Do you think he has compassion on everybody?
Well, yes, because Jesus was the figure that actually showed he has a sacrificial love. He saw
What?
the
No, I just mean like compassion on all the people before Jesus that he killed and after.
well, he had shown judgment to those that were unjust. It's like taking an example, the
Right. Well,
slaughter of
that's not compassion then. Like if I punched you in the face and you punished me, I think that'd be appropriate. But if you didn't punish me, you'd be showing compassion, right? You'd be showing, you know what? Even though you hit me, I have compassion for you. I will not punish you. So, but he doesn't do that. He's made hell, and also sometimes he kills people.
well, hell is a more or less separation from God. It's a place that
Yeah, but he doesn't have to. He could not separate from people. Yeah.
you're saying he could not separate. What? Sorry.
Yeah, he could just not separate from people. Like he could be omnipresent so that no one's ever separate and feeling like they're being tortured.
Well, actually, that's part of why the garden was important there, because it shows that the sin that Adam and Eve did, it kind of corrupts their nature. It changes who they are from being an image bearer of light to something that starts to slowly change into darkness. And God can't do that because in Genesis, he separates light from darkness, separating that good aspect from the bad.
Was that compassionate?
There is a compassion towards those that have faith and have compassion for God.
Huh? Say that one more time.
There is compassion for those who have faith and have compassion towards God.
Right, but so it's not on everyone. It's just for people who believe.
Yes, in a sense, yes.
Okay. So then that's why he can kill people in the Old Testament. He just doesn't have compassion for them.
It's not that he wouldn't choose to. It's the fact that they choose that themselves. That's part of the enactment of free will. We have a choice. And we
Sure, that's fine. But like, he can choose to be compassionate on them, whether they believe or not. But once they don't believe, then he chooses to do wrath instead of compassion.
Okay, so
Is that not true?
off of the principal nature there, do you think he would much rather judge first or he would have compassion first?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If it were me, I would be compassionate.
Yeah.
But
And
I'm more.
I agree, because
Yeah,
that's
but
what
he's not as compassionate as. I mean, it's just because there's Bible verses that say he's compassionate to everybody, so that's why I'm kind of confused about like, is that verse not true?
that he's compassionate to everybody.
Yeah.
He can have mercy to those who allow him to have mercy unto them.
So not everyone though. The Lord is good to all, and his compassion is over all that he has made. But you're saying this one's not true.
He still has compassion for them. It's just that we, in a sense, have that choice to allow him or to separate ourselves from him.
No, we make that choice. I get that. We've wronged him. We pissed him off. Then he can either be compassionate or he can kill us. And sometimes he kills us. That's not compassionate. That's the opposite of compassion, to kill someone. Right? Right?
So,
Am I
which
wrong
example-
about that?
Which example are you pulling off of? Because I know most of the Old Testament is blurry on that.
On killing people?
On whether it's understood to be enactment of God's will or man's will.
If he says he's gonna do it, and like he says, I'm gonna send these soldiers in to kill you with swords, and I'm doing it, then like, don't you think it's him? Are you not giving him credit for that? If he takes credit for it,
Example is what I'm asking.
like just throughout the Bible, I'll open here. Here's one. And though they go into captivity in front of their enemies, there I will command the sword, and it shall kill them, and I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good. So is he being compassionate to them or wrathful to them? Sounds like he's being wrathful, right?
Contextually, who is this about?
The Israelites, like some of the Israelites who have stopped believing. He has them killed.
Do not allow him to have mercy upon them.
He what?
So those who do not allow him to have mercy upon them.
They do not allow him. What is, like, that's not what happened at all. They just said, like, they're just like, this isn't very convincing anymore, so he kills them. What are you talking about? They do not. It's not like they're going, no, God, I need you to kill me now. That's not what they're talking about. No one's saying that at all. You're adding that in. That's not what's happening.
What I'm saying is contextually, if we make a decision, and actually that's part of what the Old Testament, I believe, would uphold, it shows an example of how he has his wrath over those that do not, how do I say that? He doesn't have a amount of compassion that he can give them that will be enough to convince them if they've already chosen to stay away from him. It's the argument between obedience and some people would consider slavery to God.
I'm looking for, there's another one that's like very clearly he's saying, I'm going to do this to you. I mean, if he sends an angel of the Lord, I think we can assume that that's him doing it, right?
Well, depends on certain circumstances there, because, yeah, some religions, they claim that they have an angel sent to them that's very clearly demonic, but yes.
Right, so if he sends an angel of the Lord to kill somebody, do you think that's God doing it?
It is an enactment of God's will, yes.
Okay, and is it God being wrathful or compassionate?
Well, that's where the context is important too, because part of that I know was the 10th plague that was killing the firstborns in Egypt.
If the context changes that answer, then it means sometimes it's wrathful and sometimes it's compassionate, which means if it's a time where it's not compassionate, then he is not having compassion on all. Do you see how that doesn't make sense with the other verse? Which is fine. Just say this verse in Psalms isn't true. You know, like that's a good way out of it.
I'll be fair. I might not be enough versed yet in order to make that full argument on some of this. I will be fair.
Oh, that's not this isn't something you can look into more and find it. It's a contradiction in the Bible. It is there. There's not some way out of it. You either have to say this verse isn't true or that verse isn't true. You just have to pick one that you believe more than the other, but they don't line up with each other, you know?
So I actually will ask what particular ones are you talking about? Because that way I can actually look more into it myself.
So he's wrathful 1,000,000 times. You can see all these tabs in my Bible. All these tabs are all the times God's a absolute piece of shit. Right? So I mark those. And then there's this one time where he says he's compassionate to everybody. In Psalms. I mean, there's verses that say God is good and stuff like that, but then, we see him sending children to be slaughtered and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Whoever is found will be thrust through. Whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped.
Which one is that one?
This is in Isaiah. So he's going to have the Babylonians just have their children ripped to pieces in front of their eyes and then have their wives raped. Now, do you think rape as punishment is compassion or wrath? It's certainly not just. There's no way that that's a just punishment, right? That's going to be an immoral punishment, but is it a compassionate one, or maybe is it a...
What verse of Isaiah?
Isaiah 13:16.
Therefore I will make the heaven tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place, and the wrath of the Lord of the hosts in the day of the fierce anger. And like a hunted gazelle or sheep with none to gather them, each will turn to his own people, and each will flee to his own land. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed in pieces, or before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives ravished. And
That's what mine says raped. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is a synonymous word, I will agree. Behold, I am stirring up the Medes.
Yeah, so the Medes are the people that he's using to do this because they're crazy. And so he could pick any group to murder these people, but he's intentionally picking the worst people because he knows that they'll dash their kids up and rape their wives the way that he wants them to. So to me, I would read that and be like, this is wrath. This is like over the top, not just like we've gone too far that like it can't be the case that like their children deserved this, or like rape is ever a like appropriate punishment for any crime. So it seems like he's like lost his fucking mind and is just an insane person that's like going over the top with his punishment. When I read that, that's how I look at it, at least.
No, and I can understand that view. I get it. I'll be completely honest. I haven't seen any scripture that is like that before.
Oh man, there's a whole bunch. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, it's like, a lot of times people skip over those in church because they don't want to scare the like old women.
It doesn't benefit their cause. And
There's like an old woman in the church, and you don't want to like make her all sad and scared. She's like sick from cancer that God gave her, and she's like hanging on to this religion, and so they don't want to like say that there to make her sad at the last moment of her life. So they just like say that Jesus loves you, this I know stuff. And then, but then if you read it, it's bad. It's really bad throughout the Bible here.
Does it say that they were directly instrumented by God?
He's the one talking.
Well, the prophet of Isaiah, yeah.
Well, I mean, he's quoting God. He's saying God said this stuff. I mean, that's a good way out of it. He's like, Isaiah was just having a bad dream. That's not true. He was just having a bad dream, and that God isn't really like that. That's what I think. I'm an atheist, right? So I think that there's not really God. So Isaiah had a bad dream and was like, "Oh, God is going to get nuts on these people," and he wrote that down and said it was God, or not even a bad dream, but maybe he was like threatening them, kind of like, "Oh, guess what God told me? You better act right because he said he's going to do this if you don't." And so he was like threatening them. Like, yeah, that totally makes sense.
If this was directly instrumented by God?
So in this one, if you start at the top of 13, it's the oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah saw. So this is Isaiah saying that he saw the future. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Lord told him all this stuff. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exulting ones, to execute my anger. So yeah, he's like quoting God saying all this stuff.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe that's a way out. You could say Isaiah saying he's going to do all this. And he's the monster.
I'm taking it as much of a way out. I'm just trying to understand whether the intention is that God is the one that is like directing this, or if this is just a premonition of something that will happen, but not exactly ordained by God. But in the fact that it does say
it's called the day of the Lord. Like the day is named after him. So it's kind of like it's his thing. Like they do this a lot. There's these things where he's saying like, people have a dream and they say this is what God is going to do. Like through Isaiah and Jeremiah and Ezekiel, there's a lot of that kind of stuff in there. But anyways, hey, I have a whole bunch of other people in the guest box. I should probably cycle through, but hey, come back, Monk.
Okay.
Let's talk again some more another day.
Yeah.
All right. Nice talking to you. Good guest. How about that, everyone? Give it up for Monk. What a good guest. I appreciate when people are really nice and stuff like that. And it's also 8:41, so it could be the top of the hour. I'm not sure though.
Can you before you try that, can you hear me? Like, can you?
Yeah.
I'm on the airport Wi-Fi.
You sound great.
Yeah, it's perfect. I got the Bluetooth thing.
It sounds like you have a face full of muffin.
I'm having some dip.
Some what?
Some dip. You know,
Like chewing tobacco?
they call that dip in your
When
country?
you put you put it in the her?
No, I've got some bread, and then I'm dipping. I'm just dipping.
Roger Rabbit.
Mm-hmm. I guess you know what? Oh yeah, fuck. It's a different time zone, but it is the top of the hour.
Hey-o!
That's right, folks. It's 4:42 a.m. in the morning. It's the top of the hour. We've got
what time is it there? Hold on, what was it?
It's 4:42 a.m. in the morning.
Jesus Christ. Sorry.
I'm pretty tired. I pulled an all-nighter.
Come on, keep the energy up, Joel. Come on, we're doing in the middle of the show. It's Friday here.
Bad Bible Debates. Mezzo hosting the fuck out of this show, and Joel sitting in the sidecar for as long as until this flight starts. And no one's in the hot seat. But it's the top of the hour. Hey, Mez.
Uh-huh.
Would you mind taking it away for me?
I'm going to give it a shot.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. It's the top of the hour. We got Joel in the sidecar. He's on his way home, everybody. Give it just a few more minutes. He'll be here. He's in an airplane on his way home. He's going to stay here as long as he can, but don't miss your plane. I'd feel really bad if this caused you to not get home because everyone wants you home.
I got to get to Portugal. Just got to get to Portugal, and then once I'm in Portugal, then homeward bound.
Okay, that's the last stop. Okay, so Portugal. What do I know about Portugal? You speak Portuguese now, right? Fala português?
Yeah, more or less. I mean,
no, Português, not more or less.
As you know, that's what Bigfoot speaks, Portuguese.
Tudo bom, tudo bem. All right, this person is not connecting. They say tudo bom, and then if they say that to you, you say tudo bem.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I did not know that.
But if you're in the airport and they say tudo bomb, say no. Because they're saying, do you have a bomb? And you just say no.
Oh, yeah.
No, say
actually,
no bomb.
If you would mind not saying that so loud. I do have the earbuds in, but just
sure.
in case.
Just to be safe.
In case they're listening.
He's over here! Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Please no.
Just be like, my friend's doing Portuguese on an atheist Bible live. It's fine. And they'll go, oh yeah, sorry, we have a code 42. That's what that is. When it just turns out that a friend is doing Portuguese on an atheist live.
How do you know all the codes? That's amazing.
Yeah. You know what? That's the U.S. code, to be honest. So it actually might be different. I'm seeing it's international. Yep, it's international. No one's connecting. Okay, so I had Aaron not connecting. Let's try Gabby.
Maybe Gabby.
Okay, Gabby's here. Hey, Gabby, welcome in.
Hi.
Sorry, I've been trying to connect a few people, but you're next in line. I hear you loud and clear. You're nice and loud, so don't say the word bomb or
I won't.
Don't be like, I have a bomb in my shoe or something really loud like that.
Shit, what?
Oh, okay. Like in my bag, I shouldn't talk about.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what's your age and religion?
I am 22, and I'm not quite sure about my religion. I believe in God, like a higher power.
Okay.
And this is my first time ever seeing you on live, and it's ever. I've never interacted with you before.
This is my third live.
Oh,
so
okay.
You haven't missed that much.
I guess I'm wondering, is it the whole idea of God or a higher power that you don't believe in or you don't agree with, or is it just like Abrahamic religions or?
Yeah, I mean, all of them. I think that whatever you think God is, God probably isn't the right word for it. It's probably a better word for it. So you probably just would want to call yourself an atheist and then say, but I do think there's a source or something behind the fabric of the cosmos that holds it together. But I don't think God's going to end up being because God is a guy who has preferences. He makes the universe and he doesn't want you to masturbate or something. You know what I mean? That's
I suppose
normally
that
what we
wasn't
talk
the
about with God.
idea of God I grew up with.
What'd you grow up with?
Well, I grew up Catholic, which I know that's crazy.
Yo, they don't want you to masturbate at all. Yeah,
No,
hate
they
it.
don't. They definitely don't want that.
Cowards.
I know, it's like one of the best parts of life.
I don't know what it means to be a coward. If you, that's really funny for some reason to me.
But
They're just scared to have a good time.
They're afraid of
They
their
are.
own
Catholics hate a
genitals.
good time. It's
Wait,
just
hold on.
guilt.
What was that,
That's all
Joel?
it is.
I was saying that they're afraid of their own genitals. They look down.
Yeah.
They're like, oh,
They're like, "Woo, don't touch that."
They're freaking peen cowards. And poon. Okay, so you were raised Catholic, but you were like not really though. You don't really define that.
Well, I'm Filipino, and the idea that I was always raised with, particularly with my Lola, my grandmother, was that God is everything, and the Old Testament, that's God, but that's not him anymore through Jesus or whatever, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
He's understands like I can't remember the exact passage. I'm sure you know it. But
yeah, well, I mean, I have the Bible. That's why I haven't done so many lives. I was trying to memorize the Bible before I started doing it. And so I finished that. And yeah, there's some verses that say, it's me, I'm the God of eternity and stuff, and I'm a moral monster.
oh no, I don't. I 100% agree with you with that. I guess the part that really sticks with me is when I believe it's John catches Jesus in prayer and he says, Father, forgive them for they do not know what they do. To me,
so that's I think that's on the cross, or wait, he does it. Yeah, I think he's on the cross then, or about to be on the cross.
Yeah.
And it's the Romans are like being rude to him. And he's like, it's okay.
yes, it is. I guess I hear that though, and I think he's not just talking about the Romans, he's talking about all of us. He's saying all of humanity. That's how I always interpreted it.
So here's the thing about this is that Jesus wasn't God. And
I agree.
The Bible isn't true. Like it has a lot of stuff wrong about science and things that now we know. Like they wrote this a long time ago. They were guessing at how things kind of came to be and how like people are different than animals and stuff. It turns out to not be true. But what a lot of people do, and usually I describe this with, like the book, The Cat in the Hat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like, there's this cat and you're reading the book and you're loving the cat, you're loving the hat, you like thing 1 and thing 2. They're a little bit mischievous, but you're having a fun time. And then you look on the back of the book and you realize, this is a fiction book. It says here, this is from the fiction section of the library. So you take it back to library, you put it back, and you're like, sorry, I got this in the reference section, but it turns out it's fiction. It was just in the wrong place. And you put it back in the fiction section and you go home and then you go, I still believe in the cat though. Like I still think the cat's real. Like the main character, obviously, of the fiction book is still real. That's ridiculous. This is a really common thing that people do with the Bible. They realize it can't be that God is actually this monster. It can't be that like Genesis is true and Revelation is coming. Like that's obviously false. I don't believe in sorcery and magic, but I still think the main character of this is true. Like why? This is made up. They got it wrong.
I mean, obviously this book was written very long ago. I guess
Decades.
In my belief is that it was written for them in that time in a way that they would understand. I mean, like,
By them. It was written like FUBU. It was written by them for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, obviously, we don't know shit. We don't know anything. I guess my thing is I believe in a higher power, not just under the Abrahamic religions, but like in Sikhism and all. I think it's just a different way that God has came to us.
Yeah, Sikhism got it from they got like their ideas half from Hinduism and half from Islam. It's like a mixture of the two, and they were like, no, it's neither of those. It's this new thing that's just like them mixed. This is what people do. Like this is how small cults start. They're like, no, everyone else got it wrong. I got it. Here's the right God, and everyone just makes it up. And some of them get big. Some people
No, I
get
100%
famous.
agree with it. They're all cults.
Yeah.
But
Joel's
I guess
gonna
I was
love
just it's not necessarily the organized religion. I disagree with most organized religion. I guess it's more just the idea of something more.
Well, do you think that thing that's more is like a being with a mind?
No, I think it's a collective.
Hold on.
These are beings with minds. Gabby?
Oh, sorry. No, like a collective being. Like when you die, you become one with
You
everything.
join the god. Like which Hindu god is that? Belshazzar. No,
Allah.
not Allah. That's the other. That's the bad one of the bad ones. Yeah, that's an idea. So this is not a god. This god doesn't want to necessarily be called God.
No, bro, it could be called whatever.
No, but like you know how like when we think of God, we think of a mind that's like worship me, call me God. That's not what your God is. Your God is kind of like a collective of souls that are maybe experiencing themselves through humanity.
Yeah, but isn't that the universe above us? Isn't that more like it's
Sorry,
still
my
a
kid was
greater
sleepwalking.
being?
Oh, geez.
He walked all the way out here. He was standing right here, and I was like, "I'm on camera. What are you doing?" And he's just like, "I don't know." So I just got guide him back to bed. He'll find it. He'll find his way. Okay, so did you dump the idea of God yet? Did Joel help you?
Well, you know what it is? It's what you said, like right at the beginning of this conversation. It's basically a misnomer.
Yeah.
Gabby, it's just consciousness, essentially, or something along those lines.
I think, like, Gabby, have you looked into Taoism?
No, I haven't.
I would look into that. It sounds closer to what you believe. Now, this was also just something made up by a guy a long time ago, but sometimes ancient text feels like it rings a little bit true to people for some reason. It's more wrong than textbooks, but it's more fun to read because it's like, oh, they've been thinking about this for a long time. But it doesn't call it like a guy. It's not a person. It's not a mind. It's just like it's the source. And through it, there's like a way that you can live your life. Like there's a path that you can live that is like within this. And some people get a lot of like, they feel connected to their environment through that. And it can be like very beautiful. And you don't have to like say that you believe in God because that's just not true that God is real. It's like, it's just not the right word for it. I don't think Tao is the right word for whatever it is either. It's probably just like chemical reactions in your mind that make you think you're having an emotion or a feeling of some kind.
Well, I think it's like mystery. I think a great word for it is mystery. There are mysteries out there, and we're allowed to find mystery in the universe and go like, what is this and what's going on? This is wild. But to just like posit some sort of God or a collection of consciousnesses or some sort of other thing, that's all just like unverifiable, kind of like, okay, it's fun to think about, but I don't think we should think of it as being true until we have evidence.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I think that there's miracles in life that do prove that there is something more.
Like unexplainable miracles?
Like, yeah, I'm not saying like the
miracle of childbirth, which we all is not really a miracle. They know how that happens. But are you talking about something that like, oh my goodness,
like it's just completely implausible? Yeah, but like things that science can't prove. And I guess
what?
I've read science, and when I read it and I'm in school for it, every time you answer a question, you get two more. And isn't that like, I don't know, a sign of something bigger?
Well, what it is essentially is, have you ever heard of this thing called God of the Gapes?
No.
So it's a popular fallacy, and they used to do this with weather. They didn't know how weather worked, or they did it with the sun. They were like, "Where's the sun coming from?" So they just said like, because we don't understand this, we'll put God in this gape in our knowledge. There's these like big, huge gapes in our knowledge, and there still is some gapes, and you're mentioning gapes right now. And the thing about the sun and the weather and all that stuff is we figured out how those things work, so we don't need God there anymore. So that gape got tighter and tighter and tighter until we can't fit God in the gape anymore, right? So those gapes are gone, but we still have these gapes, these mysterious gapes, this feeling, this ethereal feeling of, oh, what is this mystery and magic? And you're just putting God in that gape, right? We don't know what it is yet. We put God in that gape. There actually are probably some things that you find mysterious and like unexplained, but somebody does know them, but they're just people that like work in those fields. You know what I mean? But like you and I wouldn't know them because we're not, scientists.
Right.
So those gapes are probably filled, but you and I don't know what they are, but like they're probably filled. But there's
Someone does.
Yeah, there's some things out there that are still like 100% mysteries, right?
Right. I guess I just stumbled across the live and I was like, I want to see what their understanding is, because almost everybody I'm around is religious in some facet.
Same here.
So I suppose I wanted to understand the other side.
Yeah, well, we're happy you're here, and a lot of people that have experienced, like that are in these conversations, were once religious. Like I was raised very conservatively Christian. Mezzo was raised, I think, Baptist. So we all have kind of that same backstory, and we've just completely dumped it and let go of all of the, if maybe there's a God, but let's get some evidence first. And until then, I'm just going to say, I don't think there is one. You know what I mean? And
I
think
checked
that's
and there
reasonable.
isn't one.
Mezzo knows there's not.
Yeah, but look, sorry I missed so much of this, and this is Gabby, you're delightful, but I also feel like you're milliseconds away from being like, yeah, the thing I believe in, God isn't the right word for it.
Oh yeah, I definitely am.
Yeah. So you agree?
I guess
then
I
with
don't
this?
have
Yeah.
the language for something else.
Read the Tao.
So-
By the way, what I was going to point out is that on page 1 of the Tao, Joel, it says that it's the mystery. Like that's the language. Like you just said that. I was like, that's what it says in the thing. It's like
I don't know is a great language for it. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's kind of it. It's like it says if you figure it out and you know what it is, you're wrong probably. Which is like I think that's really probably true. People are super confident. Yeah.
I remember reading the Tao Te Ching when I was like way younger and still a Christian, and it made me so mad. I was like, this is nothing. There's no substance to this thing.
Yeah.
But now I'm just like, no, it's fair. Like it's
there's
fair
no
to be
substance
like,
to it.
Don't know.
It's from 15,000 or 1,500 years ago. They're like, you guys stop fighting. We don't know what this is. Just like do your life. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really relate to that more now.
Yeah, it's factually amazing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the Tao that is not true. Like there's stuff the way that it describes it's not true. One thing that's cool about it, at least the version I have and the way that I understand it, is that they still refer to this the master. And the master is not like a god. It's like a human who's like not like a slave master, but like a kung fu master, right? Like they've mastered how to live now that they know all of these things and have been enlightened in a way. And they in this version, the Pocket Tao, they go back and forth between calling it a him and a her. So it's I think they use her more often, but like it's this genderless being because that's not part of it, whereas with all these other ones, like you have to have a dick to be God's chosen one, and it's just really rude. So anyways, but we should probably, like, I'll let you say another thing, but we should go on to someone who, like, some of these people are nuts, so we can go talk to them.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely like to see the nuts people, because that's more exciting, like my brother's nuts. But
That's good.
yeah, it's a good mix, Thank you guys so much for talking to me. I did not think that I was going to get through. Thank you so much.
No, I appreciate it. You've been a delight, and congratulations on finding atheism and whatever that is that's out there. It's not like science is going to find it and go, we did it. Turns out it was God. It's going to be called something else. So don't worry about the God shit. That's old news. Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
All right.
Have a
Take
good
care.
night.
Gabby, everybody, who
Daddy.
was
Hey,
very fun.
Can I just tell you,
Yeah.
shared brain, the whole FUBU thing, like that joke, it's for us by us.
Wait, the what?
FUBU? Is it FUBU?
Oh yeah. So I thought you said boo boo. I was like, did I do
No, no,
like a boo boo? I couldn't remember. Yeah, you were
Where
thinking the same thing. Yeah,
I've thought that, like, since I've started reading the Bible, I'm like, this is FUBU.
for
This
Hebrews
is
by
for
Hebrews. Yeah, not even like it's even like it's for like the male priest, the male Hebrew priests for them.
Right. Yeah.
It's a bit more specific. Man, people are not connecting. I have a ton of people in the guest box here. I'm just going down the line, and no one is. Is something going on here? Did everyone leave?
It's weird.
Let's try Mario. Like
Oh, he's
three
fit.
people just I did it, and they all just dropped. Mario's here. Hey, Mario, welcome in.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 22. I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay. Well, so that's like the Bible God, Yahweh, Jesus, that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Shit. Okay. I guess you're only 22. So have you been a Christian your whole life?
Yeah, I grew up in church, but at some point I did make like the conscious decision to continue,
Yeah.
pursuing, and I kind of like every day strive to like strengthen my knowledge and everything like that.
Well, I don't want you to feel like your whole life has been a waste, because you still have a whole lot of life ahead of you. But it does turn out that the God that you've been learning about isn't real.
Oh,
And I'm sorry to. I guess it's better now than to find out, when you're 60.
right. Yeah.
It brings us me joy to tell you that.
Well, I wanna know why you believe there's no God. Period. Not just I guess the God of the Bible. Why no God. Period.
Yeah. So gods, like no gods exist.
Right.
So that means that the God of the Bible for sure doesn't.
But can you like what is your like reasoning for that?
We checked.
Well, what do you believe? I guess?
Joel said like we checked into it. Like I used to think that was true too, and then when I looked into it, it was like, oh, it turns out there isn't.
So then, what is your belief system now?
What do you mean, like for
Like, what do you
for
like?
theism?
Atheist? Yeah, like
Atheism. Yeah, I'm not.
atheist.
I don't believe in God now.
Okay, so I guess my main point of view, or like I guess argument for God in general, is mainly just morality. Like, do you believe in evolution? Correct?
Oh yeah, I think that the theory of evolution is very compelling.
Okay.
Do you?
So, well, no. Well, I believe in microevolution. I don't believe in like the whole. Like,
Oh really?
yeah, I believe
that's
that there are
funny.
certain small changes, but at the end of the day, like a dog will always be a dog. But I would argue morality is actually a compelling argument.
What led you to like be able to like reject all modern biology?
I don't reject science.
Just biology.
Well, no. Well, it's a theory. The evolution isn't a confirmed, stamped in fact. It's a
Let's
theory.
check that out. Is evolution confirmed? Yeah, it says it is. Through overwhelming evidence and the scientific consensus that evolution is a fact, supported by the fossil record, genetics, comparative anatomy, and direct observation of changes in organisms over time.
I mean, I don't
So
have
do you
access to
reject,
it.
which of those do you reject? The fossil record, genetics, comparative anatomy, or the direct observations in organisms over time?
Well,
Or just all of them?
well, I don't. Well, no, I don't think that. Like if we observe something, like if we observe it, then there's no like disproving it. However, I don't believe that we all came from, I guess, what was it, like some sort of bacteria in the beginning?
I mean, there's still bacteria, but like a earlier
Right.
form of bacterial type of thing, like single cell. Yeah. You used to be a single
well,
cell.
Hold on. Let me pivot a little. Well, go back a little bit. I just literally like Googled, is evolution a theory? And it says, yes, evolution is a scientific theory.
Yes.
So it's a theory. It's not a confirmed fact.
So now Google if something is a scientific theory, does that mean it's fact? Google that sentence. I'll do it too.
Okay.
Does that mean it's fact? No. It's a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world, supported by a vast body of evidence, not a guess. They're built upon facts. Right?
Yeah.
So the fact is like the single verifiable observation. Now, when we use the word theory in colloquial terms, like just in our everyday conversation, we think of like conspiracy theories or like a detective's theory. But scientific theory, those words together mean something specific. And within the scientific community, it's like the strongest word of a thing being true. Is when they say this is a theory.
Yeah, but it's not like it's not a confirmed fact. Like, for example, we know the
no. So what they do is they
matter.
Mario, hold on. Let me finish this. So what they do is they take all of these facts and use all of the facts together. It's not a fact. It's a ton of facts together that form one explanation.
One assumption.
Yes. No, one explanation based on the facts. The same thing like the theory of gravity and germ theory. Do you think those are true?
Well, they're not theories, right?
Wait, germs isn't a theory?
No, germs are real, no?
Yeah, so is evolution. Look up germ theory.
I think it's like the evolution can be predictive, just like germ theory can be predictive. There's evidence of germs. There's evidence of fossils. You know, that's how it is. Is like they follow
transitional
those facts,
fossils.
But because it's just they never call something a fact if they, you know, I don't know why they don't do that in science, but they'll still call it a theory, even though, especially like you know this, Mario, with germs, like this theory, like you can use that theory and it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or gravity. Gravity's a theory too.
And that works. They measure that.
It's well substantiated. It's a unifying explanation. It's like an explanatory framework. It's not some guess that some like fringe person came up with. It's like a body of facts came together to this conclusion.
Mezzo,
so then, why?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can you explain to me like why in science there are things like, for example, like stages of matter that isn't a theory? It's just what it is. Why do we
stages of matter? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, like for example, like water, gas, liquid, or plasma. It's not like a disputed like argument or like a theory. It's just it is four stages of matter.
Right, because there's no like large explanation about that. Those are just single facts.
Right, but
the larger theory is going to be like atomic theory, probably.
But also,
it uses those facts into a larger body.
Evolution isn't controversial.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think it's controversial either. I think that my main argument is I believe in microevolution. So I guess I believe evolution is real. I don't believe that we came from I guess in the beginning like a single like germ or
why not
bacteria.
What's your like counter evidence to the mountains of evidence that these people have?
Well, I don't know what the evidence that they have is.
Like you have a hunch. Okay, so when it says okay, no, that's fair.
God,
If like like hundreds of thousands of evolutionary biologists who are experts in their field think it's true, and you haven't looked into it, then I would say that's actually pretty close. That's actually pretty even. So your hunch might destroy. But what I would do if I were you is I would like try to reject part of it, like look into their evidence and then see if your hunch weighs up against their evidence.
What is their evidence? Explain to me what their evidence is.
Sure, like the whole fossil record. Remember I was just reading this thing?
Yeah. Okay, so I want to touch on the fossils actually. Fossils, they don't date the bones, they date the rocks.
Yes.
Right.
And you can date the bones too, but they date the rocks because they're within those layers, yeah.
So there has been, if dinosaurs, for example, they're millions of years old, supposedly. Why have we discovered dinosaurs that have like blood vessels in them, like in the bones or whatever it may be? how can things like that just continue?
When it becomes a fossil, the bone turns into a rock. That's what fossilization is.
No.
And then they date
There
it.
has been bones of dinosaurs with, for example, I think it's blood vessels still intact.
Which one?
Well, let me find it, but hold on. Yeah, it says scientists have discovered fossilized blood vessels and other soft
They're
tissue.
fossilized. They're not intact. They're rocks. If they're fossilized, they're rocks.
Well, let me finish it. Let me read this whole thing.
Oh, you mean
And
like the
other
soft like from
tissue
Scotty?
inside a Tyrannosaurus Rex rib, which provides. Wait, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, so Scotty was a T-Rex who had a preserved body with like mineralized blood vessels. So they're mineral. He's not intact. He's not like alive.
Right.
Second, I
but-
just saw something here. It says that like if you say certain sacraments, the blood starts running again. No, wait, sorry, that's Jesus.
That's
That's some sort. Oh, so that's
Catholicism.
some sort of weird Catholic cult thing. Never mind.
Yeah, that's a different thing. So it says, does it say that disproves evolution or something, or what's
Well, no, I'm not saying
what's
that
the problem with
disproves
this?
evolution.
That there's
But-
preserved soft tissues because they
No, I
were
don't- I'm not
preserved in
saying
some
that
interesting way.
disproves- No, it doesn't disprove evolution. But what I'm saying is that maybe the full picture hasn't been, like science can only say so much. And, we only know so much through science. And, if we
Don't
look at
put
the
we
Bible
on
like
that
the
because you
flood-
haven't read any of the science.
Well, for the most part, let's just
Neither
let's
have
just
I.
say
I'm
that-
trusting
let's
the
just say
experts here.
In the vacuum, the general population does not know,
Oh, absolutely. The general population are dumb fucks. They don't know anything about science. They're
Nice.
like very similar to where like you're coming from. It's just like it doesn't seem right to me. No one thought it just seemed right to them for like hundreds of thousands of years, which is why no one came up with it. And then like now that we're doing science, it's not going to be figured out on a hunch. Like it's the data that shows it. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah. So like I'm going to for sure go with the experts' data over the like dumb fucks of general society's hunches.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But
I mean, but you do your thing. Let's say I'm wrong and all life just like emerged 6,000 years ago. How did that happen?
God created everything 7 days. Well, that's what I read. That's the interpretation that I'm.
What do you think the question was?
I believe that God created everything in 7 days. You asked where did we come from? 6,000 years ago.
I said how did the animals get made?
Oh, how did they get made? God created them.
Not
Like
who
all?
did they get made? How did they get made?
I don't know.
Okay, so you have zero explanation, and they have mountains of evidence that you have a hunch isn't true, but you haven't looked into. Like, what are you doing? Like, are you like taking yourself
Well,
seriously right now?
I'm answering the question. God created everything.
That's who.
Yes.
I'm asking how. Evolution
know
Doesn't say who.
how.
No,
I don't know
nowhere in
how God
evolution does
created.
it say, and then so and so made evolution happen. It's an explanation of how the diversity of life came to be.
Yeah. I
So
don't know
how did God make life diverse if not through
Mario,
evolution?
I'll help you. Say magic. He did it with magic.
I mean, if that's the term you want to go with God, I mean, I don't know how
He
God
just-
created
he-
everything.
He
God just
poofed
did.
it into existence. He
said-
he did it magically. With
Did you
his
say
voice.
poop or poof?
Poof, poof.
Poofed.
If God said,
Okay.
all right, we're going to create a moon. That's what he did. I don't know the exact way that he did it, but that's what he did. And I don't need to know, I guess, the rest. I don't know. I don't need
So
to know
maybe
how
he did it with evolution, and that's why there's all this evidence for it.
There
If
could
that
be,
were the
that could
case,
be,
if
that could
if
be.
you accepted evolution, then what you would be doing is saying all of the actual evidence, the fossil record, the genetics, all the evidence points to God. Now you would have actual evidence for God. When you reject the science, it's your
Well-
one shred of an opportunity to have evidence for God, and you reject it. It's
Well,
so
no.
stupid.
No. Well, like I said, I don't reject evolution as a whole. I reject the macroevolution.
Microevolution and macroevolution isn't a real thing. That's a thing Christians made up to trick you. No scientist in biology differentiates macro and microevolution. That's a made up term.
Well, microevolution is observable.
Microevolution leads to macroevolution.
It's the same thing.
Again,
Right. So like what I'm arguing is that a dog.
Scientists never say this, never talk about this, but using your vernacular or the creationist vernacular, those little changes become big changes over lots of time.
I disagree. I don't think a dog will ever not be a dog, is what I'm trying to say.
No, I know you disagree, but guess what? It doesn't seem like God.
I agree with that.
We could do the same kind of evidence. It doesn't seem like.
No, I agree with him on that. If you like bred dogs to the point that they weren't dogs anymore, I don't think they would be dogs either. I agree with that.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so explain to me morality. That, I feel like that's the most compelling argument for at least my God, is morality. Because if we evolved from animals, how did we develop our moral instincts? Like,
the same way animals show that too. So they have it and we have it.
In what way? Their instincts are built off survival.
Yeah.
Ours are not. I would argue they're not.
You don't want to survive?
Of course I want to survive. I want to live, yes.
So their instincts aren't all based on individual survival. Many animals show that the survival of the tribe is more important than that of the individual. We see this in chimps, ravens, crows, orcas, dolphins, lots of animals that have like larger prefrontal cortexes or more complex brains, basically. So what we see is when animals live in tribes, and not herd tribes, but like tribes, like the way that chimps do, some of the stronger chimps will go and protect the other chimps. They'll put themselves at risk to save their family. Do you think that's ethical? Do you think that's moral to do?
I have seen chimps beat other chimps over food.
Have you ever seen Yeah, you're right. Humans would never do that. That's a good point.
Well,
Humans
no,
would never
but we
fight
know
over food.
But we know that that's wrong.
But we do it.
Right. It doesn't make it right, though.
Right. It doesn't make it right when chimps do it either, does it?
To them, it doesn't mean anything.
To some humans, it doesn't mean anything either because they'll kill you for food.
I disagree. That does just because you do something.
Do you know the mind of a chimp?
I don't know the mind of a chimp, but
then
I know
shut
that.
up. So what we also see, Mario, is we've seen chimps defend their family. Do you think that defending your family is a moral action?
Or herd? You said tribe earlier. So why would you beat another ape of your tribe for food?
What I'm saying is when there's two chimp tribes that are not in the same tribe, two different ones neighboring, one will protect the other ones because these chimps will come over to try to get food and they'll kill all of them. And then one of the stronger chimps will defend to save the women and the children chimps. That really happens in nature from chimps. So does that sound moral to you?
I mean, no, not really, because
really. So if I was going to come over to you and your family's house and just attack you and take all your food, you wouldn't try to fight me?
I would definitely try to fight you. However, that's
why
not the
would
same.
you? But you're putting yourself at risk. That's not a survival instinct.
That's not. Hold on. That's not the same. Okay, if I were to defend myself, it's because I'm already being attacked.
No. I'm just attacking your family. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, fine. You're
you would put yourself at risk to save someone else?
Yes, I would.
That sounds very good of you. That seems like a good thing to do.
Right.
Do you think it's good of the chimp to do it?
But you don't. Okay.
It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's good of the chimp?
It's not a simple yes or no, because if you come into my house and you're threatening my family, my first instinct would not be to kill you or to hurt you. My first instinct would be to diffuse and to de-escalate and try to get you to be alive at the end of this, because I don't want to kill you. I don't want to hurt you. So if I just come barging in and start swinging my arms and taking food, you're going to be like, "Hey, let's talk about this." No, but I'll try to I'll get you on the ground. I won't try to kill you. I'll try to get you on the ground and I'll try to physically restrain you, but I won't. My first thing would not be I'm going to kill this guy for swinging his arm. I'm going to preserve his life because I think that your life is valuable. regardless of you doing a stupid thing.
Would it be immoral for you to kill me? To
In
defend
that-
to defend your family?
I would say yes. You have no like
No,
deathly threat to anyone.
if I'm trying to kill the children in your family,
If you're trying to kill the children,
justified. Yeah, you're
Yes,
justified in
well,
killing me.
It depends because I mean,
Okay.
it depends if you have
Maybe
your
you know what?
hands
Maybe you're
strangled
right.
on
Maybe
my
chimps
kids.
have better morality than you. I wouldn't have expected
If you
that to
have
like
your-
come down to that, but that's an interesting take.
If you
Yeah.
have your hands strangled on my kids, then I believe that getting your whatever I had to do to get your hands off of my kids, that's the main priority. However, it's not to say that that's the only correct way to do it, because let's say there's an intruder in your house. If you shoot that intruder on the back when he has no way of causing harm, you're going to go to jail for that.
If they're in your house, that's not true.
That is true.
People come
Because if
walk in
they're
your
not-
house and you're allowed to, like, once they're on your property, they're a threat and you're allowed to kill them legally.
no, they're not.
Morally, maybe you're right. Maybe that's not
No, they're
morally
not.
the
If you
case.
shoot someone who has their back turned away from you, you are not allowed to shoot them.
That's just not true.
Yes, that is.
All right, let's look at, I don't know, that's true. If someone comes into your house, can you shoot them in the back? Like legally or morally?
Well, legally.
You know,
Go ahead.
I was going to say this is a little bit moving in it and moving forward a little bit. I think that we do have empathy, like many other animals have empathy, and then morality, quote unquote, is learned. Like everybody learns morality from their parents or their societies, and that's why we see different morality for different societies, different people. It's something that you might find
I disagree.
really,
I don't think-
wrong.
I don't think we
You
learn
can
it.
disagree, but the thing is that like many different cultures have many different morality,
Right.
and that morality changes over time as well. I mean, I'm in the UK right now. I'm just waiting to board a flight, and this is crazy, but they drive on the wrong side of the road, and I find it egregious and
Yeah.
disgusting.
It's dangerous.
It's
Someone's going to
dangerous
get hurt.
and frustrating. Yeah, and it's absolutely nuts. But they seem to think it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's not
And-
moral. That's just
No, they're on the. It's like a question of right and wrong.
Yeah,
So
it's
they're on
just-
the left,
Exactly.
and we're on the wrong, or we're on the right and
correct-
they're on the wrong.
We're
side,
on the
right,
correct
exactly.
side, and they're on the left. Yeah, so it's just like
So he's kind of right. I looked this up, but it's only if they're like out of your house fleeing. If they're still in your house, you
Yeah.
can. But if they've once they've left your house, if they're running away, you're not allowed to keep firing at them. Right. That's kind of what it is. But if they're still in your house, you are allowed to. Now, it probably varies state to state. But yeah, once they're fleeing. So are you saying that that's a legal thing where once someone's running away, you can't kill them? Do you think that's also like a moral thing? It's also like ethically true?
Yeah.
Do you think God
They're
would
not-
agree with that?
I would say so.
So like
Depending
if
on the circumstance, I would say so.
yeah, so like if there was like a war happening, like a little skirmish happening, and the Hebrews are God's chosen people, he'd be like, you can fight them, and so that they fight back. But once they're like gone, if the Hebrews like went after them further and got like later retaliation, then it would be immoral of them, right?
If God commands something,
Well, God wouldn't command that because it would be immoral to, like you just said, it would be bad to, unless you think God commands bad things.
no, I'm not saying God commands.
So if God
that.
commanded them to like I know we already fought them off in one and they left, but let's go kill the rest of them. Like that would be crazy, right? Like he wouldn't do that.
Well,
So
I
that's how we
think
get
I
our
know
morals
what
from the
you're-
Bible, because we know
think I
God
know-
wouldn't do that.
Well, I think I know what you're referring to, but I think if I remember correctly, God said to do something similar to that, because
Well, that's
that
bad,
there's a
though.
specific group. There's a specific group that literally, like, I think they sacrificed their children or something like that, and they worshipped a false god.
That
So
was
I think-
some of the Hebrews did a little bit of that stuff you're talking about. They were sacrificing their children to Molech, and every now and then they'd sacrifice them to Yahweh. But what I'm talking about is it's a different group of people that aren't, we don't know what else they're doing, but he's saying because they attacked us, let's go kill them.
Can you give me the verses for that?
Well, I think that before we do that, you'd have to tell us if it's good or bad.
If God commands to do something,
Yeah.
then I would argue that he's the ultimate authority. If he,
okay, so if someone's running away from my house, I can just be like, God commanded me to do this.
yes,
what if
God
God
commanded
commands a chimp to protect its family? Then is that chimp
whatever
good?
God commands.
So
whatever
chimps
God
can be
commands.
good. Okay, that's good. That's an interesting take.
Whatever God commands.
Yeah, obviously he commands everything. He commands the initial chimps to go kill the other chimps, and then he commands those chimps to defend them because it's nature. They're all like orchestrated by God. So he's commanding both the good. Both
animals.
of them.
Well, animals don't have the same moral, what is it? Moral, like responsibility as we do.
Why not?
Because God didn't create animals.
That's it. Did they just evolve naturally or something?
God didn't create animals for that purpose. He created us to have dominion over animals. So we have.
So we can kill chimps.
We can kill animals for food.
Like dogs or something like that. So like if we have an intruder and they're running away, we can't kill them, but we could go kill their dog later to get revenge on them because it's just an animal.
I would say no, but if it's food, because in Asia they kill dogs for food. So if it's for food, I would
That's
say,
not- That's not totally true.
I said in Asia? I'm sure that is true.
I think that's just like one of those stereotypes that racist people say.
That's, wow. Well, I mean, fine, I'll Google it. Do they kill dogs? Do they eat dogs?
I don't know if that's true. I think that's just like one of those urban legend things, but maybe. Is it a thing?
Yes, it exists in parts of Asia, particularly regions of China, South Korea, and Vietnam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so and that's bad or is that good?
If they're eating it for food, I don't think that's wrong.
But you can't kill animals for fun?
That I don't know. I have to think about that one.
Maybe it's so. So morally, you're not sure if it's okay to just like kill dogs for fun. It might be fine.
Well, no.
Just because it doesn't say.
I'm talking about like deer. When I think of deer, when you say that.
What's different between a deer and a dog? Do we only have dominion over one of them?
No, we have dominion over all of them. However,
okay, so it should be the same rules that apply. So if you're just torturing your hamster, it doesn't really matter that much.
Well, no, you're torturing. Why would you don't torture animals? Period.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not? If you don't believe in God,
what's your moral justification for that?
Why would I torture anything? That's not right.
But do you think? Oh, it's not right. What is there like one of the 10 Commandments that says that no torture?
Well, no, but I'm sure.
What Bible verse says no torture?
Well, it says love. So like love, torturing is not love.
Wait, it says to love who?
To love everyone.
Including hamsters?
Well, yeah, you can love animals.
Oh, so it's okay
if you love your dog,
we can eat dogs out of love?
No, but out of survival.
Do you need to eat meat to survive?
No, you don't need to.
Okay, so we don't need to eat any meat, so it's not a survival thing. So everyone should be vegan, right? If God's
no,
real.
That's not true because initially we didn't eat meat, but
and that was
God.
better.
I'm not sure. I don't know, but it was a different time. It was a different time back then.
It used to be okay to torture animals, but now you can't. Or eat animals, but now you can't. It's never okay to torture because that's not love, but it is okay to kill and eat for survival because that is love. If you were really hungry, could you eat a person, like kill a person and eat them for survival?
I wouldn't.
But like morally, God's fine with it?
I would say no.
What if he commanded it? Like he was like, as punishment, I'm going to fuck your city up so bad that you end up eating people. Like you're going to eat your children. Then it's good.
He wouldn't do that. But if he commands, whatever he commands, I submit to whatever he, he says.
Why wouldn't he do that? Why wouldn't he command cannibalism?
Why wouldn't he? I would argue because cannibalism, you're literally causing harm to other people.
Right, but as punishment, he's doing it,
As punishment, I mean, if
Then
he
it's
does, then I would say that's fine. You know, if God.
So it's
whatever
really
God
interesting
says.
that you came up here to say, like, how do you explain morality without God? And with God, you're kind of like, everything's fine if as long as he commands it. There is no
Yes.
explanation. It's just if he says it, we do it, whether it feels good or bad, whether it harms people or not. It's fine.
Because I trust him. I
Okay.
don't trust my own. I don't trust my own morality.
I don't trust your morality either. You seem like a psychopath. But yeah, in Leviticus and in Deuteronomy, he does threaten people with cannibalism. Then again, in Isaiah, it happens. He does it, and Jeremiah and Lamentations, he follows through with his punishment of wrecking cities so hard that they eat their own children. They boil their children into soup.
Yeah, I need the specific verses to those things.
Sure. Deuteronomy 28:53 says, "In the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you." In Leviticus, similar thing, "You shall eat the flesh of your sons and shall eat the flesh of your daughters." That's Leviticus 26:29. And in Lamentations is when it happens. There's this great verse where the women have been, the whole city has been like screwed over by God so hard, as he said it would. He said, if you don't listen, I'm going to fuck you up so bad you end up eating your own children. And then they're talking about how the hands of compassionate women have boiled their own children. They became their food in the destruction of my people. So he followed through with his promise.
He mentions cannibalism as a severe curse and consequence to extreme famine during a siege, resulting in people's disobedience.
Yes. Who issues out consequences that are curses?
That would be God.
Yeah. Okay. So he issues
like
out
I said,
cannibalism
God,
as a consequence.
Yeah,
so this is
God,
good cannibalism.
Whatever form of punishment, you know. God
so in this
gives
case, it was
humanity.
good that they ate their children because God commanded it.
I wouldn't say it was good. It was a punishment. It's like when.
Dang it. So it's hard to know.
Does he do bad? Does he do bad things?
No, God does not do bad things.
Okay, so it was good.
It's a good punishment.
So this is the thing, though. Like, so here's a God that makes people eat their babies. Here's a God that says,
But no,
kill
hold
a bunch
on,
of
because
babies.
through that,
Hey, Joel's talking and you're not allowed to interrupt him. It's immoral.
There's a lot of heinous things. God says to burn women alive and stuff. Why is it that you trust this God?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Keeping that in mind, it's like, why would you trust the God in this old book?
Okay, so God gives life, you know, so whatever God commands, you know,
based on the book. But why are we believing the God in the book and then believing he's good when he
does
makes
these
people
bad
eat their
things?
kids? Like,
So-
don't make other claims. You have to tell me.
By the way,
why.
Tim, I got your other Cash App. Thank you so much. Joel, you're
Because
supposed to
God-
check your PayPal. My Cash App says for you to check your PayPal. So I assume you like someone probably hacked your account and took a bunch of money. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Why do you follow this monster?
God doesn't know anyone anything. You know, him giving us life, I feel like, is more gracious than we deserve. And he gives us an outlet to simply accept him. And he sacrificed himself to give us that ability, that grace to be with him.
Sorry, Tim, thank you so much for that PayPal. That was really, really generous and kind. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I will enjoy something here at the airport. And then I think there's a little message here that says, look at the top corner of the screen. Have you seen those like Instagrams where they're like, you look over there and don't look over there. And you follow until you see the comment. And then,
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, because you said,
It's a puzzle.
go look at your PayPal. And I was like, go look.
Oh, really?
That was what the joke was. Anyway, moving on. Sorry. Go
It was
on.
from a while ago. I saw it coming in because we were listening to this guy say cannibalism's okay sometimes.
Can you define good and evil for me?
Yeah, the way I use it or the way you use it?
Well, is there an objective good or evil?
No, I don't
Because
think so.
yeah, you're right. If there is no God, then who's to say that my good, you know, and your good, like which one is which?
That'd
one's the
be
better
great
good?
because then we could like skip all this cannibalism nonsense that you were promoting a second ago.
I
For
mean,
me,
who's to-
when I
let's
say
say
something
if-
is good, it has to be good for something. There's not
Right.
just a good. that doesn't mean anything. It has to be good for something. So if we're talking about what's good for society, what's good for the like the proliferation of life on Earth or something like that, like whatever you are making it good for, then like the benefit of that is the goal, to make that do better.
Okay,
right?
and what if I say cannibalism is what's going to do that?
Yeah, then show me how. Let's look at it. I'm open-minded.
Right.
Do you think that you do think that's the case? So show me how.
I don't think that's the case.
But you just said it was good this time.
No, I didn't say that.
Sometimes cannibalism is good.
No, I didn't say that either.
I think there's times where it's like morally acceptable. If you're like, frozen after a plane crash in the ice and like your friend dies and you can like eat him to survive. I think that there's times where it's morally justified. I don't think like punishing people by wrecking them so bad that they end up boiling their own children to eat them is good. I don't see a way to contextualize that it could like be a benefit for society to know that like that was happening. I don't see that at all. How could that be good?
But where do you get
for society?
Where do you get that from? Where like who are you?
I'm just looking at the data. So like when we look at like previous times where stuff like that has happened, and we can like say like, well, that didn't work out too well. People are terrified of that, and like fear leads to like a scared society where we don't feel free to like do all the things that we know and love in this world. So. Okay. If our goal is to like be able to do more of the things that we love in this world, we shouldn't eat people as punishment.
Honestly, okay, I also would be worried that I'm going to get eaten if everyone was eating people, because I've got this sexy rump roast that everyone's going to want. And
we
so
do call his butt the rump roast. That's its nickname.
So, okay.
Because it's hot.
So
it's
let's just assume Hitler, he won. He completed like the world domination. Mm-hmm. Let's go to present time. I wouldn't be here. I'm Hispanic, so I wouldn't be here. I'd be dead.
So do you think that would be good to be dead?
No, but I'm
on your side with that. I agree with you.
I would argue according to your ideology or whatever you believe, since there's no God, Hitler and his ideology, he wanted to like a perfect race. I think that's what it was. So let's say fast forward to now, that would basically be the whole earth would be just carbon copies of just one race. So if that's the case, who's to say that in this alternate future that was the correct thing to do?
Well, so in subjective morality, everyone has a say, and you get to kind of say your opinion. So what would your opinion of that be?
I would say that's wrong.
Yeah, I would say that would be like not very preferable. I would be against that. Hitler would love it. Hitler would say that was good. And you know what? Like, if it were the case that we all had different opinions about what's right and what's wrong, then these types of wars would happen, right? These, like, you think it's wrong, he thought it was right, and there'd be a World War II about it. You know what I mean? If we all knew what the like one objective good thing was, then I don't think that as many wars would happen. But since we do see these kinds of wars happen, it seems like people have it is Mario. It is the case that the subjective morality is true. You just described it. Some people think one moral, some people think another. It might be the case, Mario. Hold on, let me finish the sentence. It might be the case that objective morality also exists on top of that. We have our subjective opinions, and some of them are right and some of them are wrong based off of this objective one. But we don't know what that is. Like you said, we don't know. It's just what God says, and we don't always know what God says. God might have commanded the Holocaust. Then is it good?
No.
But God commanded it.
But he did it.
How do you know that? Did you talk to Hitler about it?
No.
He commanded genocide in the Bible. And he did it so bad that people ate their children. So it's in his record book as something he does do from time to time. He might have whispered in Hitler's ear, "Don't tell anyone, but I need you to do this. Go wreck my people," as I used to do in the Old Testament. And so he did, right? Like, you don't know, because God tells secrets. When God told the Hebrews to kill the Amalekites, he didn't tell the Amalekites. He didn't tell the rest of the world. He only told the Hebrews. Like one person in the Hebrews. He only, like, of all of them, he only told Samuel. That's it. And Samuel had to tell everyone. God said to do this, and so they went with it. That's the exact same thing that might have happened with Hitler, and we'd never fucking know. So when I ask you if the Holocaust is bad, when you ask me, I have to say, in my opinion, yeah, that's bad. I don't see how that benefits society. It seems like a detriment to society. You have to say, if it wasn't God's will, it was good. If it wasn't, then it was bad. Right?
But I don't think that he would.
Why not?
Because that doesn't do anything.
Do you know the mind of God?
Do anything. Well, firstly, the Holocaust failed.
So you don't think God could have just been like, I just want about 6 million Jews killed, and then we'll stop there.
Well, whenever God whenever he did tell those people to do whatever they did back in the Old Testament, he accomplished the goal. I don't know if the goal here was
they didn't. They went to kill all the Amalekites, and there were still Amalekites left. Saul went to kill all of the Amalekites, and he didn't finish the job. So God ends up having an Amalekite kill Saul.
I would need to brush up on that. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion there. I don't know.
But maybe it's the case that God told Hitler to do a whole bunch of damage.
No, I would say no.
You're claiming to know the mind of God.
I know his character.
His character is commanding genocide.
Hold on. Let's Google something real quick.
Did God command genocide in the Bible? Google that. Good point. Aaron's magic rod. God failed at killing the Nephilim, too.
Nephilim were
fake.
demons.
I know. Yeah.
They were not.
Look, I agree with you that the Holocaust was bad. I also think that the slaughter of the Amalekites was bad.
But
I don't see how you're able to differentiate those.
Because God didn't command the Holocaust, and
Prove it.
Whenever he did, that's not God's character.
Prove it.
It says not to kill. Bible says not to kill.
But then
Bible says not to murder,
he commands
actually.
people to kill consistently. And he kills himself consistently.
Well, God can't kill.
What the fuck do you
God
think
did.
the flood was?
God doesn't kill. He gives life and he takes life.
Oh, he doesn't kill, he takes life. He didn't kill 6 million Jews, he took their life in gas chambers, right, Mario?
No, he did not.
Now it's good.
No, he did not do that.
Is taking someone's life killing them?
Not for God.
All right, you got to go now. That's enough. You can step in. We'll go. We'll talk to someone else. That's enough. Thanks for coming up, Mario.
All right.
Here's another thing you shouldn't do. This, and don't give them one of these, and not a one of these. Unbelievable. I dropped Joel because it's time for Joel to get on a motherfucking plane to Portugal. More like Portugal. Cyber, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
What's up? I'm definitely above 18, unfortunately, and I am a Christian.
Well, I think it's good that you're over 18 because like, what if after the end of this call you and I start dating? That'd be creepy if you were.
That'd be really creepy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so like the tables are open now.
Yeah, I would definitely hope that you wouldn't want to date me when I'm under 18. I would really
I'm
hope.
not into that.
Thank God.
Yeah. But you're over, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely over 18, 100%.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's get you away from that Christianity, and then we can talk about the next steps. But I think you should know, and I'm sorry to tell you this: God isn't real.
God is not real. Man, dude, that's a shocker, man. So like that's 100%?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you have an argument?
Yeah, well, I checked.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you mean by God?
Like, Yahweh.
Yahweh?
Yeah.
I mean, I could have swore I've heard you in other debates say that there could be like a million other gods that you don't know of.
What? Who?
You've said that.
What other gods?
I mean, you said, like, literally in a debate with Fearless Truth, you said that there could be a million other religions that haven't been created yet with gods that you never heard of. So there could be a God that you just never heard of that exists. So how could you possibly prove that he doesn't exist? I mean, okay, that's fine if you don't know.
I don't know. I say a lot of stuff in debates. Maybe I did. What is the argument that I think other gods exist?
Yeah. I mean, look here. I'm not gonna.
I don't think Cyber. I don't think any gods exist.
Okay, that's fine. So
I'm an atheist.
I totally understand that. Here, let me put it. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm not going to put you in a corner. Here, look. Let's be completely fair, right? So there are gods. Could there be gods that you are completely unaware of?
I don't think so. I don't think gods are possible to exist.
You don't think that there could be like a different, like a very powerful mind that could create a universe?
Like a brainless mind existing in nothingness before the universe? And no, I don't understand what that would even mean. That seems impossible to me.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to understand it. Like that would just be an argument from incredulity, right? Like there could be something.
I understand that seems impossible to me. So you'd have to show like, so far that seems impossible to me. So I think it's impossible. So do you want to show how that is possible to have a brainless mind existing in nothingness?
Well, no, that would just be shifting the burden of proof, right? Because like your argument is that you believe that no gods exist, right?
Yeah, because a brainless mind existing in nothingness can't exist. So that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Hold on, just let me finish so you can get my full thought.
I'm giving you the argument.
Right? What? No, I mean, how could you possibly know what I want if I don't give you my full thought?
Okay, go ahead.
So, right, thank you. So what I'm saying is, if you're saying that like no gods, like none at all, could possibly exist, you would have to, the only way you could substantiate that claim is if you know the full set of gods, which you don't, right? None of us do. So you can't substantiate the claim. That's the point.
So you think that a future God could be made up that's actually true?
Yeah. I mean, you said that.
Oh, I must have been mistaken, or maybe I don't believe that anymore.
Oh, okay. So then you know everything?
Nope. I just know that impossible things can't exist.
So what's the?
Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
No, I definitely agree that impossible things cannot exist. So like, what's the contradiction in a God not existing, like in general?
Yeah. So a brainless mind doesn't exist, right? Because in order to have a mind, you have to have a brain.
Okay. You know that for 100%? Like you couldn't just be mistaken?
100% of the minds that I've ever met have been in brains. And then when the brain stops working, the mind stops working.
Right. But you would have to make the argument, you would have to provide some proof that all minds in the universe require a brain, right? And
sure, show me one that doesn't.
Well, no, that again, that wouldn't be my burden of proof. That'd be your burden of proof.
Well,
right?
so you would, okay, that's fair. So you would agree that so far 100% of minds have come from brains, but there might be something that we don't know about.
Yeah, look.
And you believe in it.
Let me still man you, right? I think that, and again, I'm not being disingenuous. I know that a bunch of theists come up here and like they talk shit. I'm not trying to do that, right? I think that the stronger claim, it would be that you have, like from your experience, it seems that you have good evidence, right? Like you've never seen anything other than that. But that's the most you're going to get, because you can't actually claim that like no gods exist.
Well, sure you can. So if we describe the God as these omni-property gods, we know those can't exist. Those are the impossible gods.
Oh, okay. So there must be something impossible with the omni-property?
Yeah, if you're multiple omnis, then you're a contradiction. So those ones for sure don't exist. Like maybe like a Zeus type of thing, like a weaker version of a god. Is that what you're saying could exist?
No. I mean, I don't even see like a logical contradiction with an omni god. I mean, maybe you could enlighten me.
But yeah, if you're omnipotent, you can do everything, right?
Well, everything that's possible, yeah.
Yeah, and sin is possible, right?
Well, I mean, it would depend your definition on God.
Okay, so he's omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, and omnipresent.
Well, like, so for example, though, like a lot of religions would define God as all good, and they would define sin as evil.
That's omnibenevolent. That's omnibenevolent. Yeah.
Well, no, hold on.
I said that.
Like for example, let's since I'm a Christian, right? Like, we can do that, right? So I can I can be more of like, I guess on a stage for you.
I don't know what that means.
It means that I understand that you have the purpose of coming here to debate Christians mostly, right? So I'm trying to play ball in good faith.
Well, that's so you don't have to. Look, all I'm saying is that disproves those gods. So gods that have those multiple properties we know can't exist. The other ones are mythology.
Well, no.
You and I agree on that.
No, I mean, I definitely think that Zeus is mythology, but I'm trying to say, great. We found a point of agreement there, right? So at least we're halfway, right? We're more than zero. But what I'm trying
more
to say
than that,
is
so we've disproved like 10,000 gods just now, you and I together.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
that's
honestly,
a pretty good start. Let's
get
let's just wrap it up and get Yahweh out of here too, and then we can go home as atheists.
I mean, I don't know. I think that atheists are going to have a lot of problems. But I mean, we can get in that. I'll try to make it as quick as possible. So I think that it's going to depend on what you mean by God, right? So a lot of people, including me, would say that God would be all good, right? And evil would just be what essentially like what God wouldn't do, right? What God is not. So to say that God would do it would be just a completely logical contradiction. It would be completely against the definition.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because he can't do something against his will.
No. That's why I said that like omnibenevolent, like all the omnis, like when I could say he can do anything, it's anything that's possible. Like obviously he can't make a.
Oh, you mean anything that's possible for him?
Yeah, no, logically possible.
Well, no. You mean logically possible for him? Because doing a sin is like I can cut a cat's head off for fun. It's logically possible. It's an act that's possible. He can't do it because it's not logically possible for him to do that.
No, I'll give you a meaningful distinction, right? So I think that God can do anything logically possible, and humans cannot do anything that's logically, like there is no logical contradiction.
We can't do anything logically possible?
Yeah, there's nothing logically contradictory of me flying. There's nothing logically contradictory of me flying. Nothing. I could logically, there is a possibility that I could.
You don't have the power to fly.
Well, no, there's a logical possibility.
You can't both not have the power to fly and have the power to fly. That's a contradiction.
No, I totally understand. I'm saying that I don't know if that's even like, I don't know if I have that power or not. It could be completely possible.
You have no idea?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I would say
Cyber,
probably.
I want people to be able to take you seriously here.
Yeah, well, look,
let's go
ahead.
Let's understand what you're saying. Yeah, just hold on.
Yeah, let me know when
if you really don't know if you can fly or not, like that's interesting. I don't know like what that would mean for your like honesty or for your like brain capacity here, but but I would be willing to bet a lot of money that you don't have the power to fly like Superman.
Well, yeah, I mean, just like I would bet a lot of money that I could probably beat you in a game of poker, right? It's because it's all going to be in probability, right? But when you say no, I take it that you mean 100%. I don't know 100%. Like I'm a human, right? We can be wrong on a million things. As an atheist, you guys are the primary advocates.
Is there anything that you're certain you don't have the power to do?
Let me finish real quick, right? And I will promise I will tell you what I'm certain in, right? So all I'm saying is that I could be mistaken, right? I could be completely mistaken, and like I don't know, God could have given me the powers of Samson for all I know, right? And he just not tell me. I have no idea, dude.
Fly.
No, I was just saying. Like,
are you being honest right now when you say you have no idea?
No, I said probably.
Okay.
No, wait, no. Wait, hold on. No. I just want to.
I just thought you were like being like, I really don't know. Like you're trying to figure out if you.
No. I would like for you to still man me, right? I said that I probably don't, right? But I'm trying to be honest in saying that I also don't know 100%. Just like you don't.
Right,
look. Could you be mistaken? Right? Could you have powers?
I'm certain I can't fly. Yeah. I will die on that hill. I will die on this hill that I can't fly.
Oh, okay.
I've tried.
I would like to explore that a little bit, because the only way for you to say 100% is if you know everything, is if you know like every fact about yourself in the universe, which you don't.
That's not true. You only have to know one fact. I can't fly. You only have to know one fact.
Okay. Okay, hold on. So
I
could it be?
don't have to know calculus
Wait,
to
no,
know
hold
that
on.
I can't fly. That's
Oh, no,
ridiculous. Are you being
no,
serious?
I completely agree. That's not my argument. My argument is that could it be the case, right? Okay, here. My argument is that it could be the case that you actually can fly, but you just haven't learned how yet.
Cyber, I don't know if I can keep talking to you. I'm a little confused about what this is. Like, I'm not sure.
Well, please don't
maybe
run
I'm not
away
sure
from
what your
that.
argument is.
I feel like that's a pretty obvious, like, yeah, of course that could be possible.
I
And the
really
only
don't.
reason you're not
I
conceding is 'cause it would
I
snowball.
genuinely don't think it's possible to fly.
Logically possible? You don't think it's logic? Do you know what logically possible means?
I mean, yeah, I don't have the ability to fly.
Okay, hold on.
In reality,
you probably, yeah. Me and you would say, probably you don't. Like with everything that we've learned in our life, you probably don't know that. But
all right,
there could be-
I'm going to give it to you because I don't care. I can fly. I just haven't figured it out yet.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Can I fucking like fly through a concrete wall?
I mean, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not.
Okay. Can I
I'm going to give you a bunch of probably not.
Can I fly through an unbreakable wall?
Well, if you say it's unbreakable, then yeah, that would be unlogical. That would be logically contradictory.
Now it's impossible.
Yes, because
Okay.
if you're defining a wall as it is impossible to break it, then if you break it, it would be logically.
And God also can't fly through an
contradictory.
unbreakable wall.
Yeah, just like God can't make an object that he can't lift. Correct.
Right, but I can.
No, I said that you can't. I said that would be logically contradictory.
No, I can make an object that I can't lift.
That would be logically contradictory.
No, it's not.
No,
That's a thing
you're right.
we can
I'm wrong.
totally do.
Yes. You could do that because you don't have infinite strength. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So it's possible to do that, but what you're saying is for God, it's impossible to do it.
No. You just proved my point. There's a meaningful distinction. That's the whole point I was trying to make.
Right.
Is that you?
That's what I
can
said at the beginning. If for us some things are possible that God can't do, and for God he can do some things that we can't do.
Yeah, like it's possible for us to sin and he can't. Correct.
Right. Yeah. That's
Right.
why.
Okay,
that's
great.
why omnipotent isn't the right word for him.
What? No. Well, I thought maybe I was misunderstood because I thought that your original point was that he could sin.
No, I don't think God's allowed to sin.
Well, then why did you say that he could? That was your argument. That's what sent us down this whole thing, and now we're agreeing. I mean, it's fine. Like, dude, it's complete. Look. I understand that there's a bunch of people. It's completely fine.
Thanks, Jeremiah, for the 666 on Cash App for Flight School. I appreciate you very much. That's very funny. So what I was saying is God can do all things and he can't sin, and sinning is things. So that's a contradiction in my opinion.
What? No. Hold on. But sin defined would be something that is impossible. He can do all thing that's possible.
Right. Sins are possible for us, but not for him. That's why I said, just to recap, what you mean is, hold on, Cyber, don't say yes, because you're going to not want to agree with this. What you mean is he can do all things possible for him, and we can do our other stuff. And so he's omnipotent because he can do everything that he can do.
Well, yeah, but look, hold on. I just want to be clear. I mean, I completely agree. But like I want to make sure that we are completely understanding what I'm saying. Sin would be saying that it is a moral action that he would never do. That's what it is. That's what evil is. So of course we would do it.
I don't agree with that, but I understand your theology.
We fucking suck. And he doesn't. So
right.
That's
so he can't suck.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it that way.
Right. We can suck and he can't suck. So in the set of all abilities, there's things we can't do because we can't not suck. Right? We are born into suck. Right? Because of the fall of man and when Eve first sucked the apple, right? But God can't suck. So there's things we can do and there's things he can do. So in the set of all things, neither of us can do all things, right?
Well, the only thing that we can do that he cannot do is sin. And that's literally just by
that's not
definition.
that's just not true. I mean, if he's also omniscient, then like he can't learn a new thing.
Oh no, actually no, that's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
or forget something.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah,
Is learning a new thing bad?
Like, no.
Yeah, so there's a good thing that he can't do.
Ooh, dude, I'm gonna have to think about that. Well, I don't think it's bad or good. I think it's just an action.
Oh, I think it's good. Okay, yeah, I mean, he thinks it's bad. He didn't want us to learn some stuff, and he didn't.
What do you mean by good, though?
In his eyes, he wants us to learn things, right?
I mean, learn about him.
Yeah, so he can't do that. Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I mean, I actually think that the Catholic position is that he's eternally learning, but I'm not a Catholic, so.
Yeah, Catholics are dumb. Okay, so
I mean, you can call it. I don't think that's a good argument. Like, but what do you mean by good? Like, that's the whole point I came up here is because I heard you debating the other person, right? And and you were talking about like God being evil and everything. Like, look, I'll just get down to brass tacks.
Wait, are we ditching this Omni thing now? We're going to something else?
Oh no, I mean, I thought we were in agreement. It seems like you made a good point. I made a good point.
My good point is that when people do this, when you and other people come up here all the time and try to do this, where they say he's omnipotent because he can do everything that he can do, that doesn't mean omnipotent, because guess what, buddy? I can do everything that I can do. I'm not omnipotent. The reason you don't call me omnipotent is because there's some actions I can't do. I don't have the power to do. Yeah, there's some actions because of, let me just finish the thing. Because of his other omnis, because of his other attributes, there's things he can't do. Because of my winglessness, I can't fly. Because of his omnibenevolence, he can't sin. Because of his omniscience, he can't learn. Okay, so because of his other attributes, there's things he can't do. It doesn't matter why, but there's things he can't do. So omnipotent shouldn't be the right word for it. That's all I'm saying. So we know that, like, we have to, you have to devalue the meaning of the word omnipotence in order to still attribute it to him. Okay.
Well, hold on. So I agreed with you up until the point where you're like trying to devalue the word, or you're saying that it doesn't matter.
No, you're trying to devalue. Well, I'm trying to keep the word strong.
Hold on. Let me finish. So, like, I'm not trying to devalue a word, you are, and you're saying that it doesn't matter. Why? I definitely think it matters why. The reason it matters why is it's literally just by a simple definition. It's literally just by definition. Like that's why it doesn't really, like, to me.
Yeah, by definition,
it doesn't empower your position at all.
But by definition, there's things I can't do.
Correct.
So does that mean I'm still omnipotent because it's just my definition? That I'm like,
well, I mean, if you mean by the definition of like the laws of logic, then like, yeah, I mean, that's going to be very powerful.
Okay. All right. So what was you wanted to do something else?
Yeah. I wanted to talk, I mean, I understand thank you for the time, by the way. I'm grateful for every minute that I'm up here, seriously. But I would like to talk about like what you mean by evil. Right, because I'm not going to lead you down that bullshit road that a lot of people do. I'll just go straight to it. I've seen you debate a lot. I think that since you have a subjective standard, I don't believe that it makes. I don't think that you're going to have coherence when you compare your subjective standard to another subjective standard. I literally don't understand how you can do that.
Hold on.
No problem.
Sorry, my kid keeps getting up.
You're good.
Yeah. Okay. So I use the word evil, like in my view. Like I know in your view, it's like a special type of like super not bad. It's like magically not bad kind of a thing. But my evil is just like I use it like a thesaurus word. So like I'll be like, oh, that was bad. I stubbed my toe. I don't like that. That was bad. But then if I crash my car, I'm like, that was really bad. And if I get to the point where I'm on like 4 or 5 reallys, like that was really, 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 really bad, then I might just say evil at that point.
Yeah, I totally.
And I would also apply like intent to it. So like I don't think a storm, like a tsunami hitting me, is evil because nature seems indifferent. If God is in control of the weather and he sent a storm, I'd be like, hey, dude, that's fucked up. Now it's evil.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I actually completely understand your stance. But my critique was like, let's grant your stance, right? And let's say that I completely understand your stance. But my question was,
Let's
how could
pretend you understood me.
No, I understand you, right?
Okay.
So, like, would
You were
you
saying
want
I
me to
was to
still man
pretend
you
to
to make sure, or do you believe me?
No, you were saying you were going to pretend to, so I was agreeing with you. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry if I said pretend. I legitimately didn't mean to say pretend if I did. I legitimately believe that I understand you, but my critique was that if you have two subjective stances, I don't see how you could say one is better than the other. And I think that is the critical flaw in subjective morality.
Well, I think you could just see which one works better. So you'd have to agree on a goal first.
Well, but okay, so I don't see why justifying your position necessitates agreement from another position. That doesn't really make any sense to me.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you said that you had to have some agreement, right, with like some other position.
If we're comparing two things, then we have to like first figure out like what the point is. Like if you're gonna say murdering's bad and I'm saying murdering's good, we have to say good for what, bad for what. We have to like figure out what the thing is that we're trying to achieve. If we like, in order to, otherwise this isn't a conversation, right?
No, I totally agree that that is only relative.
Because murder is really good for killing people. So actually, it turns out it's a really good method to kill people is to murder them.
Absolutely.
So if you wouldn't say it's that's a bad way to kill people, yeah, it is. Murdering is a great way. Like we could. So if the thing that we're trying to achieve, we have to first come to agreement on is like, well, I want to live in a society where I feel safe and I feel like my loved ones are safe, and that like we feel protected enough that we don't feel scared all the time, so our anxiety isn't keeping us from doing the things we love, like art, music, and stuff like that. Watching TV, masturbating, these kinds of things. Then do you agree? Then you would be like, I want that too. And we go, okay, so now if that's both what we want, then should we murder each other? And then we could look at the data, and you would be saying, no, we shouldn't. And I'd be like, yes, we should, because I would I'd probably go, I'd say, no, we shouldn't also. So that's how subjective works in my view. Once we like find a thing that we want, we can try to achieve that. If somebody wants something else, if someone wants a society, like North Korea wants a society that is like a dictatorship, they're going to do it like that. I'm going to go, ugh, I don't like that. That doesn't fit my goals. That isn't good for what my goals are, but that is his goals. That's Kim Jong-un's goals. So he's doing it, right? So we see that is how the world works, and that's how it's happening. And then I can try to convince him, I don't think he would join the live, but if he joined the live, I'd be like, I don't think those should be your goals because the other people might not like that as much, and maybe you should be more open-minded to other people. But I probably wouldn't convince him, right?
Okay,
it probably wouldn't work.
You're making a lot of points. Right.
I'm just telling you how subjectivity works, because you're saying it doesn't work, but it's what we've been doing for millennia. No. It's what the humans on Earth in societies have been doing, is saying, here's what we think, and then they've been saying, here's what we think, and then they fight about it. That's practically how it works. Okay.
Right. No, I'm not talking about the functionality internally to subjective views. Right. I understand how a subjective view functions internally. Right.
Oh, that's all I care about. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, well, shit. Then I mean, so okay, here.
If it turned out it was objectively morally good.
You went on. You made a lot of points.
I'm going to tell you why. Cyber, this is my life. Shut up. If it turned out that it was like an objective moral truth that was universal, that you were supposed to like rape your sister.
No, we're not there yet.
I still wouldn't do it. I'd be like, ugh. I'm still not. Okay. I'm going to do the bad thing here and not do that. There's stuff that I don't care about the objective. I want to like do what works practically for our society. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So let me put it this way, right? Do you agree that comparing two subjective systems, right? It doesn't really make much sense to use the words good or bad or better or then worse than another. You might as well just say it's just different, right? Like let's say that I have you say again?
No, I disagree.
Okay. So we have a subjective system A and a subjective system B in which they both have completely opposite views. Which one? Why would it make sense to say that one is better than, like, let's say that I like vanilla ice cream and you like chocolate ice cream. Does it make any sense at all to say that like my taste is better than yours? Like my argument is, of course not. It just means that we just have different tastes. I personally prefer this because my taste buds like it.
Right.
Just like your taste bud. So, but that doesn't mean that like my taste
I think
is
that
better
is
than
kind of what we're doing in a way, but the taste isn't to the moral action, it's to that agreed upon like thing that we're trying to achieve. That thing we shouldn't use good or bad for. That's like, what do you want? What do we want? What do you want? What should we try to want? Well, like, and then we can try to convince people, here's why I think you should want this goal better, right? You know what I mean? But then once you have the goal, even a component of the goal, then you can say, well, this action would be good for that goal. This action would be bad for that goal. But if it's not good for something or bad for something, I don't know what it means. What does it mean to say, same with flavor, like just to say vanilla is good for what?
Yeah, I think that you actually raised a good point because your point is that they both want ice cream, right? But I can alter the analogy and say that like subjective view A wants ice cream and they think that that's a good thing, and subjective B doesn't want ice cream and they actually think that wanting ice cream is a bad thing. I still hold the stance that it does, since they're both subjective, right? It's just all up to your like feelings. I mean,
it would be good for A to eat ice cream and it would be bad for B to eat ice cream.
Well, no, but you can say the inverse. It would also be good for B to not eat ice cream, and it would be bad for A to eat ice cream. It'd be the inverse. Oh, it would be true on both stances, which makes it...
Wait, are you saying that they think it's good that no one should eat ice cream?
No. I'm saying that when you...
Maybe you phrased that weird.
Yeah, here, I'll make it more mathematically so I can maybe like try to illustrate it better. So mathematically, they are both equivalent, which makes them like it makes them equal to each other, right? I mean, I know that sounds like obvious, but like if you make a truth table, right, they would both be equal. That is the issue. So you can't actually say that one is better than another because they both have equivalent stances. However, the only difference is what they're privy to. That's literally it. And that would be the problem with subjective morality, is that you can't say that one like worldview is better than another because it doesn't make much fucking sense. They're both subjective. They're just different.
Well, so like I said, and as you know, that is what we're doing, right? So we agree that that's practically what's actually happening. So we do know that that is happening and that subjective like opinions do exist. I'm just saying, okay, well, since that's what's happening, let's work within that. Let's try to convince people that vanilla ice cream is better, or that they should choose to eat whatever kind of ice cream they want. Then like, I think that'll help. That's my opinion. What's your opinion? And then we discuss and we have discourse and we hear each other out like we're doing right now to try to figure out what we want to like agree upon our achievement goals are. But you're saying on top of this thing that exists, a subjective morality that does exist and works practically, even if not working well, and even if we're using like language that you don't think we should be using, we shouldn't be using good or bad or better or worse, but we should be using this will help us achieve this goal. This will help us achieve that goal. That's all fine with me if you want to change like semantically. But you're saying there's an objective flavor of ice cream on top of this that is the best one? How do what's that? What's the best ice cream?
Well, no. I'm glad that we agree because that is my entire point, is that it is incoherent. When you have subjective morality, when you compare moral systems, which is the primary use for morality, like when we compare our moral systems to a rapist or Hitler, right? We obviously would say, yeah, our moral systems are better than theirs. Like 100%. Like, I don't think you should rape people. I don't think like when you ask me if I'm above 18, I think that that's a moral thing. I think that Hitler is evil. Like, but you just agreed.
Wait, why do you think Hitler's evil?
Well, hold on. I'm almost there. I'll tell you, I promise. But this is very important, right? You just agreed that in subjective morality, saying that one is evil or better or good or worse than another is completely fucking meaningless.
Oh, no, I think there's a good reason to use that. I'm trying to move the conversation along because neither of us are going to convince each other of that. I think
Well,
I
you
think
just
I
said
think they're
that.
very
You just said
useful.
that we are in agreement
Cyber.
with that, though.
The reason I'm saying that is so that we can move on. I do think there's a good reason to use those words because they're descriptive words, and when we're having that discourse part I was talking about, using descriptive words is a good use of rhetoric that can help convince people to agree on a better achievement goal, and then we can like work towards what will be like a betterment or a detriment within that goal. So I think they're useful words. Cyber, fuck, I don't think evil has magical meaning the way you do. I mean, it's evil for something, for these goals.
Either.
So then just hear me and then say, oh, I understand you. And then tell me why you think Hitler's evil.
Well, no, I completely agree with, okay, hold on. But this, I can't.
Do you want me? Okay, I'm going to use different words from now on. Instead of good, I'm going to say blumble. And instead of evil, I'm going to say gorgblob. And then, then the problem is solved, okay? It doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter the sound waves that are coming out of your mouth. It matters.
Then why are you doing semantic arguments?
No, because because semantics are trying to convey meaning. And what matters is the meaning you're trying to convey to me. As a like that's what matters.
Yes,
and what
I think it's bad to do Holocaust. I think it's evil. That's my opinion.
No, I totally understand that's your opinion, dude. I understand that.
I understand your point, Cyber. I understand your point. I do.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you were saying that there's meaning behind saying that something's good or better or worse. Because if you understand and you agree, then you wouldn't be saying it.
Because I think we use it for rhetoric and discourse.
Yeah, internally to a worldview. But that doesn't mean anything. That literally means jack shit.
You don't know what I mean.
Do you think it means
hold on,
much?
Cyber.
Do you think it means much when a Christian says that they think God is...
Holy shit, dude. You got to calm down. You're yelling at me. Okay, I muted you. I'm going to take you off mute, but like, calm down.
Okay, I'm fine. My voice carries, but I promise you I'm not yelling.
You're yelling at me. Okay. What I'm saying is, when I say I think the Holocaust is evil, do you know what I mean?
I think that you mean that you're just not privy to it. That's exactly what I think you mean.
Okay. So then it works in conversation.
I mean, yeah, but if we both agree that it's meaningless, then yeah, it does work.
But it meant something. You understood it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as a word?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understood as a word that you're saying that you're not privy to an action, which honestly doesn't really
I'm
mean
against it. I really, 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 4 times really think it's bad. I really don't like it. Yeah. So that's what it means.
Really like chocolate ice cream.
Okay, good. Okay,
yeah,
so,
it doesn't.
So
doesn't really
the word
shit,
carries some weight.
No, that to me that doesn't really mean jack shit.
Then you're an idiot. I'm sorry. Like I don't know what else to tell you. If you don't know what if you don't know what I mean when I say that's not a name. That's just like what's happening because like you said you understood it. You said it means you're not privy to it, and I said yes, and then you said so it was meaningless, but it gave you meaning. You interpreted it.
Yeah, but by meaning, you just mean that you are able to convey information.
Yes,
over,
that's
over
all.
a word.
That's what words are doing. It's amazing. That's what I'm using the words for. Yes, absolutely.
So like you think that the meaning of life would just be like conveying of information of words, and I'm the idiot.
The meaning of life, the word life.
Yeah,
we're talking about semantics, not like not.
Well,
not
you just
life.
said that meaning. You just said that meaning in terms of morality, which would be.
We're talking about the meaning of the words.
Right,
Cyber. You said not to use the word
morality
evil.
Points to actions or not?
You said not to use the word evil. So we're talking about the words.
Yeah, when I take meaning, I was hoping that you meant that it points to some type of action and actually has some type of bearing on reality. Apparently, you just meant it's just some type of arbitrary definition of a word.
Yeah, words have definitions. Yeah.
So okay, great. So if meaning just means
you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, Cyber. What does evil mean?
I mean, I would look. If
no, you
it's
don't use words though.
Matter.
It's not a definition. Just what is the meaning of evil?
Is it subjective?
I have no idea. I'm clueless. What does it mean?
Oh, I mean, apparently you weren't clueless because
what's the meaning of evil, Cyber?
Well, if it's all subjective, it doesn't matter.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. That was my point. Thanks.
Yeah, great stuff, Cyber. Thanks for offering nothing and just arguing about semantics the whole time.
You're the one that agreed with me.
A waste of time.
I mean, yeah, you got rolled, so see ya.
I got rolled? You didn't say
Yeah.
anything. You never
100%.
said why the Holocaust was evil.
Did I?
You
I didn't
never
say
you
anything. I
never
gave
said
you
what the meaning of
definitions, didn't
evil
I?
was. You have
Did I
nothing
give you
to offer.
definitions?
Are you like writing for Webster's? Are you just doing definitions? Do you have nothing to offer in theology?
Well, I guess I'm offering meaning because you think definitions is just
Give it,
meaning, so.
share it. Share us the meaning. What's the meaning of evil?
Well, you just said that I offered definitions, so that would be
What's-
the meaning according to you.
No, I want to know according to you. I gave all of my opinions. You cooked me, Cyber. I have nothing to offer. Now I'm a waste. I have nothing left in my mind. I'm a blank slate. Teach me the meaning of evil.
Yeah, so all I mean by evil is that it's going to have some type of objective standard, right? There's going to be some type of objective morality, and if it goes against that objective morality, it's going to be evil. That's what I mean by evil.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's not subjective. Can tell you that shit.
Never come back. Jesus Christ. I got rolled. I have nothing left inside of me. I'm a waste of intelligence here. I'm a brainless puddle, and he couldn't fill it in with anything else. Freddie, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hi, how's it going? Yes, I
Good.
am 37 and I am Christian.
All right. Well, I don't mean to break your heart, but I've been brokenhearted recently too. I'm not doing this to like get back at you, but it just, I was recently, I got rolled recently, so I'm kind of like recovering from that. Can I get some L host? I mean, if you guys haven't done it already, they probably are doing it. Just put some L hosts in the chat there. But Freddie, this might hurt you a bit too, but the God from like the Bible, Yahweh and stuff, that guy's not real. I'm sorry to tell you that.
No, don't be sorry. I think you're, first off, you're awesome. The way that you carry yourself is really cool, man. I am sorry for the 600 people that are listening to Cyber. That was like brutal, bro. I was like, oh my Lord.
There's 325 over on YouTube. We call them the Tube Steaks. Hey, Tube Steaks. I didn't say hi to you over there earlier, but yeah, there's like almost 1,000 people here total, that's exciting. That's more than I usually get. You guys should probably, I don't know, people don't normally say this, but you should probably go to a different live. I think there's probably more exciting lives happening. But you do whatever you want. Just like, I don't know. I would
No,
be
this
here.
is yeah, no, exactly. No, and I've listened to all your hosts, and it's just, first off, I feel so, thank you for sharing your platform. And honestly, dude, like, I've been in the first 4 books right now. I'm reading the Bible from like beginning to the end.
Oh, yeah.
And I read Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and right now I'm in Deuteronomy, and I'm like,
Freddie,
I see where you're coming from.
I have
Yeah, go
really
ahead.
good news for you. My best friend in the whole world was here earlier. His name is Joel Reed's Bible. And he's not here now, but look up Joel Reed's Bible on YouTube, because he's doing the exact same thing. He's going through, like, each video is a whole chapter. He reads just whole chapters of the Bible, and he's in Deuteronomy right now. So it's a good kind of read-along companion to have you, like, if you want, it's like an audio book, and he's right where you are, so he can kind of like go through it with you, and he makes it fun. He does voices and stuff. It's really enjoyable, but he reads every word. So if you ever are sick one day and you don't want to read it yourself, go find him. He'll read it to you. It's good stuff.
No, thank you for that. Yeah, and man, honestly, dude, like, yeah, by Christian, right? I say that, but it's like, when you look at the different denominations, talking about over 40,000 and just how divided we are. I'm only saying Christian just because I'm still in a journey myself. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Where I've just been under this umbrella of like, okay, do this, do that, and then now that I'm 37 and I'm stepping into the maturity realm, where, I'm sorry it took me this long. We're all different, but unfortunately for me, it's taken me this long to kind of dig deep into it. Is why I'm reading the Bible for myself, and so I only say Christian by definition, but being transparent, as of recently, I'm barely starting to get into it. And what I love about what you did with the Bible, you do what most Christians don't. Like, look at how much you're marking it. You're marking good points, bro. And honestly, yeah, no, like, dude, some of these things that God is
It's
doing.
rough, right?
Oh God, dude. I
Yeah.
mean, you're talking,
Yeah.
bro. I just read in Deuteronomy that, yeah, stone them to death and
The children, right?
crack open. Oh, children, dude. You went to Isaiah, and then yeah,
Well, in
no,
Deuteronomy,
it's
they say to kill your children if they disobey you and drink too much. And then I don't know how far into Deuteronomy you are, but in like 21 is the verse about how you can so you go to a city and you're going to take it over, and you offer them either to die or become slaves. That's step one. And then so their choices are death or slavery. And so you either kill them or you take them as slaves. And then later in that chapter is those slaves, if like if one of the women slaves is hot, you can take her and shave her head and parse her nails down so she can't cut you when you rape her, and then you get to marry her.
no, yeah, absolutely. I think so. Yeah, as I'm
Signed God.
understanding this. Oh yeah, and no, I definitely I'm there with you. But right now, in my state of mind, I'm like, whoa, definitely. But if I could step away from that just for a second and say, you have children, right? I have 3 children.
Yeah.
You have just one, if I may ask.
I have 2, but one of them keeps coming out here when he's not supposed to, so I might only have one by the end of the night, if you know what I mean. I punish
No,
hard.
I know that's funny.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, dude, I love those jokes. I'm just as humorous. I think that one thing for sure that we can both agree on is that you love those children.
Oh,
You love
yeah.
them. And that's our reality right now is I think you're an awesome person. And why? Because you carry yourself very calmly, dude. I've all over TikTok, bro. You're steadily maintaining the attention of all these people for what? For doing what exactly? Like
I don't know.
for a reason, bro. Like it's you, your
I don't
character.
get it.
So it's bro. Come on now, like we can be scrolling through Pokemon right now, and we're chilling. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm sorry, but
I have a video that's like doing really well, right? Like the most popular video I've ever had. It has like 130,000 views, which isn't in the millions. But like when I don't like every time I go into the app, like there's so many new notifications, I just can't even keep up with it. I can't imagine for people. I was thinking about this, like people who get like they're just like work at a bakery and then they have like a 10 million view hit for some accidental reason. That like, how do you even use the app after that? Because it's just like nonstop, like, and it's not even. It's like a tenth. Or it's like a 1% of what 10 million is. So it's like, I don't know how people do it, but like, yeah, look, we don't have to sit here and stroke my cock all night long, but I do appreciate everyone who's here. I do try to make it a good show. It is the case that God isn't real. So I think a lot of them are here because they're like, oh, I never thought about that. And then they realize it throughout the course of the night. And then for a lot of the people, they just like the jokes and stuff probably,
No, yeah, and absolutely. And I do know that there's other people that want to get on. And no, I didn't mean to stroke your cock too much there. I just really I try to be not, I definitely got to tone it down on the stroking the cock thing. But
No, it's good. Like I
it's
like
just,
the edging. Just don't finish it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm trying to just for sure. It's
But
like
Freddie,
a first
it
date
sounds
here.
like
So
you're kind of like having not second thoughts about the religion, but you're viewing it in a new light because in church you didn't read all these verses that are not to be glossed over. Because if all the stories that we were taught in church are true and God is really good, then that would make these things good. Or it's the case that he's just not that good after all. Or, where I ended up, I mean, that's where I struggled with that for years until I eventually was like, or the story's made up and that solves the problem.
no, yeah, no, absolutely. To me, when I look around and I live in Colorado and I see the world and I'm like, man, this is gorgeous. There's a lot of evil as well. It's all mixed up together. And then I see my children and I'm like, man, I know for a fact I love them. I know these feelings that I have. I know that we can see, taste, smell all this reality. And I feel like God can present himself in so many ways. The Bible talks about gods, this and that. It's like, honestly, like when we get into Bible discussion, it's like, whoa, like it's so crazy. I feel like an idiot just talking about it. But so I kind of like to step more onto the reality of like,
Yeah.
bro, like I think
Reality
the
is what
reality
pulled
of
me
it is,
away from the Bible originally. Like there was stuff in the Bible that like as I read it was scary to me, but when I was in high school I was like, why are bad things happening in the world? And that's a really like simple question that religion still doesn't have a good answer for all these years later. And I don't mean like I wasn't the first person to come. I thought I was creative, but looking into it more, like this goes back millennia. People have been like, wait, why would an all good God let bad things happen, like to our children who we love, Freddie? Like, it seems like your three are happy and well and thriving, but some people's kids get died in school shootings, right?
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure.
Why would God let
And
that happen?
yeah, I think honestly, to be honest with you, bro, I think when I hear all these discussions and even all these people that are about to come on and everything, like it's kind of like like it's just like vomit in your mouth, like man, standing up for something,
I like
like
you, Freddie.
honestly, I believe, like I believe in what I believe in, you believe in what you believe in, and at the end of the day, dude, like I love you. If that makes sense, not to stroke your cock furthermore, I'm trying not to
No,
first state here,
I have a general love for all humanity. It's different than the love I have for my children, because all humanity includes a lot of terrible people. But I have a respect for just like humans in general, human life, and so you're one of them, and I love you for that too. I do. Like I think that. And by the way, you've come up and shown me nothing but respect and been a kind person. So I why wouldn't I have love for you? Absolutely. Some people come up and they just want to like yell and stuff and fuck them, right? But it's fun. It's still conversations. But look, Freddie, like forget us, forget you and me. I don't want to make Joel jealous here. Like, why are you hanging on to this religion if it's so like blatantly horrific or silly?
So to me personally, I feel like, man, like I've been so blessed, bro. Like I've been married for 15 years. I have a great job, and there's so many things that I see around me that I'm like, whoa, like I feel I'm such a people person, and I sympathize for that. That's why when I'm reading this throughout the Bible, I'm like, wow, God, like this is you, this is you. But it's like at the end of the day, for me, it's like you're in control and I don't understand you. I don't get this. I'm in the same mindset of Mezzo here, but God, I'm not in control. Then I can't fly. I don't have wings here, and it's not my position to overthink and overload myself. I just know that I can speak facts to you, bro. And my kids are healthy. I know that they don't have cancer, and but I feel sorry for everybody else around me that does, and it's like, man, but I myself am so blessed. Am I perfect? Do I go through things? Absolutely. But the way that things have gone in my life, I'm like, man, like to me in my head, it's like, this has to be God. And when I get into the Bible, I'm like, because I'm not going to be like Cyber and be like, well, theoretically, but the conclusion, and then we got to go reverse polarity of this. No, bro, we're not flat earthing shit. We're just kind of I'm just going with the flow of life. And right now I'm super blessed. I believe in God. And if I break down the Trinity and this and that, that's where we get vomit and get lost. Bro. I'm like, no, I'm not.
I get it. I get it, Freddie. Like, I understand. I feel quite blessed too. In fact, people in the audience who know that we've been having some like medical stuff we're going through, that biopsies came back negative in our house, and that the cancer has been, for now, isn't there. And so that was like huge, exciting news for us that we were for a while on the fence about and unsure about. Although there still is going to be, just so people know the schedule, there's still stuff happening. I won't be here for a lot of November for other medical reasons. So sorry, just wanted to let people know that it's not me, it's other people. It's okay. But Freddie, that's all well and good. I understand that, but the idea now that God is picking and choosing who they bless is still problematic. That sounds like that Old Testament God, where he's like, you, the Hebrews, I will give you all this. And you, the other Hebrews, or the Egyptians, or the other people, I'm going to fuck your life up. I'm going to fucking make you just miserable. I'm going to make you hate living. I'm going to make you eat your children, right? Like, that's not a good God. That's not a God worth worshiping. And even if that God existed and was blessing you, but cursing other families with child cancer, with school shooting victimhood, with like, grape and poverty and like all these other things, I feel like instead of praying or worshiping this God, you should be standing up to this God being like, fuck off. Stop bothering these people. I love these people.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I feel like that's above my pay rate. No, I mean, you make, honestly, bro, like that's these are all good points, right? That you make. That's why people love to come up here, and the guys with common sense cannot ever disagree with you. And it's like, because like one of the comments said like, oh, because your life is good, God exists. Like, it's like, man, no, I'm sorry. It's like, man, what can I say that's not going to get a comment or something? What can I say that is not going to go negative against me? Like, man, dude, all I know is that we're in this planet, we're fucking floating in the middle of air right now, and magnetic force and all this shit that I don't even understand, or words that I can't pronounce. But what I do know is that, I mean, I exist. This is happening. This is real. The timeline is, you fucking here today, gone tomorrow. And my perspective, it's all about how I go into it. If I go into the Bible going like, oh, this is fucked up, then I'm already losing. I got to kind of be a little open-minded and just pray, because I don't understand, and be transparent with God and be like I don't understand none of this, and it doesn't make sense. And I feel like if you're genuine, he will reveal himself to you. But again, I can't, like, even just saying that, like, boom, contradiction, boom, nah, bro, you're in it. So it's like, man, this is like and I like how you said it with Cyber. We got to come to one agreement. And I think that the conclusion of this is this: we're going to let other people come on. I don't want to take up too much of their time, and respect them. I thank you for even letting me on your platform. I believe in God. You don't. And I still love you. We love each other. And that's just our opinions. And at the end of the day, you're badass and you have badass colored nails, bro. I can't rock that shit like that.
I did a fresh coat today, and like while doing it, I dropped like the whole thing and had to like catch it with my arm so it wouldn't mess up the couch. And it didn't, but it's all over me. It was an absolute disaster. So I cleaned up some of it, but it wasn't the best paint job I've ever done. It was a little bit of a mess of a night. But I did them. I finished them with the green. They look good. I appreciate that. Yeah. Look, hey man, here, Freddie, I think that you're on a really interesting journey right now. I think that this path that you're starting down of reading through the Bible is very smart. And I think it's a really good thing to do. A lot of people, sign up for the religion without reading the TOS, right? Like the whole, agreement. And it's in there word for word. It's listed out. And what you're signing up for, there's a lot of really scary stuff in it, just to be like as simple as possible. Like there's some really just like, whoa. Is that like when I at nighttime get on my knees and pray, dear sweet Jesus, thank you for, blessing my family with this, wonderful house and job and my kids and stuff. You've made us so healthy and happy. And he's the same guy who did this stuff. It's scary to talk to him. I wouldn't even talk to someone who did this stuff. So I want you to keep reading the Bible. Most atheists, if you ask them like why they became atheists, like if they were like Christian at first, they'll say because they read the Bible. You read through it and you go, yeah, that's it. Like, yeah, you'll have a stopping point. Like I think when you get to Samuel, you'll have to like really, really question some stuff. I'm impressed you got through the shit in Exodus and Leviticus, but when you get to Samuel, it's going to get even harder. The stuff gets worse. All the stuff just like gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And then it gets to Jesus and it gets better, and then it gets worse again. Because as soon as Jesus leaves, he starts killing people again. And in Jude, they confirm that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament who did all the bad shit you remember from reading then. And in Revelation, they say it's going to be fucking worse than anything you've ever read in this book soon. It's crazy. It's unjustifiably insane. So I just want you to keep reading it. But yeah, go ahead. Say one more thing, and then we can move on.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'll say this. No, thank you for that. It says in the Bible, many are gonna be like, God, I did this and I did that. You know what you come off to me, bro? you come off as a guy that actually will go to heaven. You come off as the guy that, like, I get those type of vibes from you. Like in the Bible, it says,
I don't want to.
and I know that you know, yeah. Well, like
If
what I
God's
mean
there
is like,
and he's in charge, the guy from this book, I'm out. Annihilate me, like cease my existence. I don't want to be like in a place where the king there has done genocides and stuff. I'm out.
no, and absolutely. And what I mean is like, you're not like you're not that type of person that's like, no, this is the, no, dude, like you're just straight up. And I like that. And I think that that's pure. That's what I'm saying is like, that is the purest. You're in the purest form right now of like being super transparent and saying, no, this is bullshit. I don't believe in this. And that's awesome. That's better than going beating around the bush and going in these crazy debates and defending something like, so I respect that. Again, bro, thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Yeah.
I wish I was a better guest. I know a lot of.
No, you were great. Look, you're more what I want to talk to than the debates with crazy people. My goal of being here is to, like we have fun and we say, so sorry, God isn't real. And like sometimes we draw dicks on whiteboards and stuff. And we have a lot of fun and we do jokes and then we get into heated debates so people can hear it as well. But the main point of why I keep doing this is so that people who are, not very sure about what's happening in their religion can see it for what it really is and then decide if they still want to be a part of it or if they want to come join the good side. Like that's really it, is to show like, here's what it really has in there. Here's what we have to offer. Like that's absolutely like what we're doing here. So I'm happy to talk to you. I want you to come back. I want to hear from you like next week and see what new, like if you come across a verse in the Bible that you're like, holy shit, I got to tell this one to Mezzo, come tell it to me. Cause I'll tell it to like, maybe I haven't heard it and I'll share it with someone else and it'll help them. Like, even if you stay a Christian, deconstructing your religion that you were indoctrinated with is important. We were all taught this as children when we didn't understand it. And so you have to like disassemble that and you can put it back together and become a Christian again the proper way, or you can put it back together and go, yeah, I don't buy this anymore. Either way, it's important to do rather than just like giving in to the indoctrination of our, parents or whatever, because they were scared of hell. So I think you're doing the right thing. Okay.
Right on. Thank you, man. So I didn't mean to stroke you too much in front of this audience, bro. I was trying to not make you finish, but man, it just.
No, I'm holding back. I'm holding back. I'm okay. I'm holding back, but I'm a pro with this. All right. All right. Thank you, Freddie. I appreciate you.
Peace.
All right. Bye. All right. We got some more guests here. I'm going to bring them up in a second. Devils dropped a Cash App and accidentally put the decimal in the wrong place. So I owe you a bunch of money back because there's no way you meant to send this much, $66.66 for dropping cyber before I lobotomized myself. Yeah, well, you would have, at least equalized yourself in that way. Thank you so much. Highly, highly generous. Holy crap. I would never, ever give me that much money, especially since I'm going to spend it all on hooch. Just kidding. I don't actually drink, but just kidding. All right, we got. I'm just going to go down to. It was not an accident. Okay. Well, I appreciate you. Hey, welcome in, Wyatt. What's your age and religion?
I'm 18, 2007, January, and I'm a Christian, but I don't want to go down this debate the Christian God. I just want to debate the existence of God.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so I would say my best argument for there being a God would be the laws of physics and chemistry being fine-tuned for the creation of the universe.
Okay. Oh, wait, are they fine-tuned?
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate that or prove that in some way?
Yeah, so some of it is there's a few examples I can give of different theories and physics and chemistry. One of them would be the strong nuclear force. Basically what that means is if it were just 2% stronger, all the hydrogen in the universe, it would have fused into helium. So there'd be no water, no stars, no suns. And if it was 2% weaker, then there'd be no atoms. So we have no carbon, no oxygen, no life. And that's one of the examples.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if that's true, but let's say it is. And so you think that God made the hydrogen the way it is so that life could exist?
Well, and there's multiple examples I could give of like different things, but I'm just more so talking about all like the perfect fine tuning further to be like.
I mean, don't you think life? He could have just made life not need water, live on something else, some like helium based thing.
When I'm more so talking on just like there being like the Big Bang and like the beginning of the universe was like finely tuned.
Wait, but what I'm saying is, you're saying God had to do it this way, but he could have done it any other way.
Well, I'm saying it was done this way for there to be the creation of like the universe.
Right, but he could have like made it stronger, right? So hydrogen collapses into helium, and then he could make like silicon-based life that drinks some sort of like liquid helium and still be able to survive, right? He would have had that power too.
I mean, for life, yeah. But I mean, I'm more so talking on just how it was fine-tuned for it to be so specific to the point where there are things like, I get what you're saying, though.
It's just not specific if God's doing it. If it's like he did it so specific like this, but he also could have done specific like this, or specific like this, or specific, like he can do it any way, then it's really like it just really weird that he picked this one and not some other way. But like maybe it's not weird because like every other way could have been fine, or maybe naturally it would have been the case that helium would have been like, or hydrogen would have collapsed, but some other type of life could have like naturally existed anyways. So I don't know if that does much for me.
I mean, you could align it with that. I mean that's a good response to it, but I mean I'm more so like trying to align how like the laws of physics and chemistry went together so perfectly just for there to be anything, like just for there, because you agree with like the Big Bang, right, as that being like the beginning of the universe.
I think it's like at least the beginning of this iteration of the universe. I think it's likely that the universe like has been contracting and expanding and contracting and expanding. So we're in the middle of an expansion, or we're probably early phases in an expansion, and eventually it'll contract back down. Yeah. Now there are some people that used to be laughed out of science rooms. That's not true. Like they would write books and stuff, but there wasn't evidence for this. That now they're seeing more evidence for this idea that every time that happens, that it like crunches down and then re-big bangs. It's big bangs again. That the laws of physics could be different. Like literally, those things you're talking about could change each time. There's nothing to say that they wouldn't. And so there's some people who have theorized this sort of like cosmic evolution theory, which I find fascinating. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's really interesting to think about that. Sometimes that did happen. The universe went out and stars didn't happen. And the crunch came sooner, maybe because the gravity was too strong for stars to exist, and so the dark energy wasn't strong enough to deal with the strength of the gravity. And then that universe went away, and the next one happened, and then the laws are a little different. And we are in one where this type of life is able to exist, and in a different one, other types of life are able to exist. This exact one could have happened, and life didn't exist because obviously other things besides just gravity need to be in play for us, right? So, and if there's an infinite number of these things expanding and contracting, then like what you get is this cosmic evolution where the universe will be like shorter or longer, but like the shorter ones get like bust up really fast, and the longer ones last long enough where life finds a way.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a very interesting like concept, and I do understand like the expansion, shrinking of the universe, all that. But I mean, that would probably be my best argument coming from like a non like Christian base. But one thing I would want to ask you, because I was wondering this, I don't know if you have any knowledge on it, is like one argument. I wouldn't call it an argument, but I am like interested in it. Is what is like gives each human being their own awareness, like why my awareness is different than your awareness, and like what causes that. So I feel like it's different than just like, neurons in the brain. I feel like there's like, it's like what's causing me to experience myself and like what's causing you to experience yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So, and just real quick, I want to talk about that, but just real quick too, with the universe thing.
Yeah.
The other thing that you'd have to reconcile, which you don't have to do right now, but just to like think about for the future. Hold on, let me move this up. Is that if the fine tuning of the universe was for just the existence of the universe. That's interesting. But not really like a personal God, right? Like you said, you're not doing the Christian God.
Well, I think it almost shows a mind being behind it, like something more intellectual, like designing it in a way. It might even be a simulation. I'm not gonna like go against that argument, but something like designing it.
Sure, right. But I just want like for the sake of like Christianity, we are like the climax of the universe, right? And so then you have to kind of reconcile like how he perfectly fine-tuned the universe that we can just like barely survive in. Like, you know, like we can't go a mile up or we die. Can't go a mile down or you die. There's also just places here where you die. And even if you're in like a nice place, you die. It's like really, really fucking easy to die everywhere on the universe, except for a few spots where you can last a while and then you die. And it's kind of weird to say like, he perfectly tailored the universe for us to just get fucking like eviscerated in, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. But like, if that's the Christian problem, is like if it's
I really
if it
can't
is for
argue
us,
on I really can't argue on the Christian.
yeah, Christianity's like, yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah,
well, I'm with Christianity and like especially the values and morals behind it, but I can't argue it. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like it's nonsensical as to why like God would make the universe so big for no reason. Like there's parts of the universe we'll never see.
Ask myself behind it. So,
yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, and then also like even then you'd have to be like, why would a God just make any universe at all? Like that's kind of a weird problem. Like if it came about naturally, then you don't have to answer that. You get to kind of go, well, no one did it for a reason, right? And that's not like what is happening right now. But if there's like a motive behind it, that's interesting and a weird problem. And then also how, right? So when we talk about the Big Bang, and I want to get to the other thing. I honestly do the mind thing, but you know, this is an explanation of how the universe started. For, you know, like if it's eternal, it's not, but if it's the beginning, it's not, but like, it's like how the universe got to be like this. So if the question is, how did the universe get like this? What's, and my answer is the Big Bang happened and the physics were at play. And your answer is God. You haven't answered the question. You've answered who did the universe, not how did the universe. How did God fine tune the universe is still a question that we got to figure out. So before you like propose the answer, look at the data and like figure out how this actually came to be.
I would argue it through probably the same thing you would, through like the laws of physics and chemistry.
He just did it like naturally.
I would argue he did it through like the mind to like fine tune it, but he did it using those laws of physics and chemistry. And I would argue that he created those laws.
How?
Well, I would like argue.
How do you create a law of physics?
Well, I would argue he fine-tuned it to the laws of physics and chemistry. Like I would put him outside of the laws of physics and chemistry, so therefore he could create them.
Right, but how?
Well, of course I can't argue on how he created them.
So it doesn't, like, it's not that explanatory,
for how
right?
Physics and chemistry came?
I absolutely don't. Like, neither have an explanatory power. So we're both kind of saying that they're here, and then but like you're adding a whole element of a guy, and so I think that like that doesn't offer any explanatory power as to how it came to be. So I just don't know like why that offers that.
I feel like it's the same amount of unreasonability for them to have been here naturally, just naturally versus them being created.
But God is natural. Like, I mean, he just exists a priori, right? Like he just kind of is there, and he has these abilities naturally, right? He didn't give himself the ability to make universe. He just was just like that. And so like,
now I don't know the answer to that.
You know what I mean? So like, there's this riddle that we both are going, how are we all here? How the fuck are we here? And both of us have this riddle to solve. And when we get to the very back, like we see natural things happening and we don't see supernatural things happening, at least not confirmed, right? And so my view is when we go to the back, that some natural thing That wasn't a guy who wanted to invent it. Whatever it was naturally caused it. And yours is, no, there's the answer to the riddle is this bigger riddle where there's a guy who has infinitely more features than the universe and is infinitely smarter than anything else has ever been in the universe. Like, you've made the riddle harder. You've made a more confusing answer to the riddle, right?
I mean, I don't think it's a crazy belief to have, especially with like things like we're creating now, like simulation stuff like that. I mean, I'm thinking there's definitely some sort of intelligent mind behind the universe.
Yeah, it's a bigger riddle now. Because now it's like, okay, how did he make it? And like where did he come from? What does that
I feel
mean?
like any route you go down, there's more riddles to it. I mean,
yeah, well, that's why it's better to just be like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I take that path too. I don't know the answer. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure you go down the same thing. You don't know. None of us know the complete answer.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have arguments for something, but
Well, there's some things it can't be, which are impossible things, and I think God falls under one of those. But let's talk about the mind thing real quick. So, like, what makes us different than animals as far as awareness,
no, I'm
or from
saying
each other?
what gives each one of us our own awareness. Like, why am I experiencing like whatever awareness I'm having versus, and I'm not experiencing your awareness?
Yeah, but just because we have different brains. So, like, if it's the case that our consciousness is within our brains, then that makes sense because I have my brain and you have your brain. If we have souls and consciousness exists in some like larger realm of a different dimension, then I don't know. I don't know why we wouldn't all experience each other's brains. That's a good question. That's why souls are like, don't seem to make sense. It's one of the reasons souls don't make sense to me. Why, like, there's some tether between an exterior soul and my brain, which, like, sees sees like a red car, and my soul now knows there's a red car, so something's tethering it, but it's not tethered to other souls. You're right, that's confusing. If it's physical, if it's all just like brain, then it makes sense that I would experience things and you would experience different things.
I feel like the brain almost can't truly explain that. Like, why am I like experiencing like this? Like, because there's something that's experiencing all of it, and why you're experiencing all that. Because I understand you can say like, oh, the brain, the neurons, all that, but I just don't think that explains it, to be honest.
Well, so there's an interesting thing with what we'll call levels of mind awareness. There's probably a better word for that. But we see this evolutionarily. You're not someone who like denies evolution, right?
No.
Okay. Good. We had some of those earlier. It's confusing. So there's these different levels, and evolution has these, like, in nature, we're all connected. There's these blurry lines between us and the other species and even plants. We're closer related to mushrooms than trees. It's weird. And there's this blurry line between us all. But there are still some like clear differences, right? And what we see happen is when a mind is merely reactive or responsive, and I'm reading some notes here because I wrote this down. I'll make sure I get the words right. This means like, so they're responding automatically to just like environmental stimuli. They don't even have a nervous system. This is like plants, fungi. You know how like sunflowers will turn and face the sun. It's just like temperature response. They're not like, I could use a little more
consciously
sunlight. Yeah, right. So they have no neurons, no brain. They're just reactive, right? But then as evolution happens, you start to get more of a sensation perception. Right. This is like what jellyfish and worms have, and like insects. There's a little bit more to it. They're actually able to, they have like nerve nets. Like jellyfish have a net of nerves. So like if you poke a tree, it doesn't know. And when you poke a jellyfish, it doesn't know, but the whole thing reacts. And so it's a more complex reaction. It's a sensory reaction. And then you evolve a bit further along and you get to like sentience. That's like feelings, right? And so the centralized brain with like, you have forebrain, midbrain, hindbrain, there's patterns happening in the brain. This is fish, amphibians, reptiles, right? You keep evolving a little more and you get something we would call like primary consciousness. This is like when you can like integrate your perception into a just unified experience of your surroundings. Birds, mammals, octopuses have this kind of stuff, right? This is another level of brain. It's larger than the insect brain. It's a bit more complex. It has more parts to it. It's able to do more things. And when these sensory inputs come in, it's like your sight, sound, smell, taste all like explode into this experience inside of your mind that is like rapidly trying to like make sense of what just happened around it. This is an evolutionary trait. Then keep going, self-awareness. These are where the great apes are, dolphins, elephants, magpies. You get the brain a little bigger and you get what we would call metacognition. This is when you're able to think about thinking, like we're doing literally right fucking now.
Yep.
And I know this is like a whole TED talk, but I think this is super fascinating. And this happens with advanced prefrontal cortex, right? Like we can see the, like when we do like the mirror test, you know about the mirror test? Have you heard about that?
Explain it.
It's like a self-awareness test where you can like put an octopus in front of a mirror, and it can recognize that it's itself. Actually, I don't know if octopus.
I think
I'm not sure. I don't know if they can do it, but like the great apes can. Dolphins do it. Elephants do it. Magpies do it. Humans do it. Yeah. Most humans do it. Some of these dumb fucks in the hot dog chamber. I mean, in the Discord. Yeah, they're not listening. It's fine. They probably don't. They probably would be like, "Who's that?" But most humans do it. Some cats do it. Some don't. Like some pets do it. Some are like think that it's a different cat. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or something like they'll bark at it, and then some kind of start to realize it's them, and you can tell by you put something on their head or something, and you see if they actually like look in the mirror to try to get it off. There's things like that. So there's lots of little tests that you can do, and we found that they like the level of awareness of consciousness, the higher that is like directly linked to the more complex, larger brains. Once we get the prefrontal cortex, there's something called the dorsolateral. Now we're thinking about thinking. We're doing this thing where we're aware that we're aware. We have like this metacognition. It's more than just being like aware of our surroundings, but it's unique because we know that it's strange to be aware of our surroundings, and like we're able to now do science in these things. And then there's an even more like higher one because this like reflective autobiographical consciousness is when we can like we have this like continuous narrative sense of ourself in a way that that's something that, as far as we know, only humans have. But also, like, look, this stuff is kind of swayed towards humans because humans made it. I bet if like magpies made this test, they'd be at the top of the chart.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fascinating stuff. A question I would want to ask you towards that is like, do you believe in free will?
I guess it depends on like what you mean by it.
Like, do you believe that everything we do is already like kind of like almost like predetermined, like each action? Do you think you have any sort of choice on what you do?
I mean, kind of both. Like, I guess I'm a compatibilist, and maybe I don't use the word the right way, but like, I do think that the neurons in our brain that are a choice happening counts as a choice, but I also think that they follow the laws of physics. So there's some, thing. But like, if you push a rock down a hill, it's going to roll down that hill. If you push a person down the hill, they might roll or they might try to stop rolling, right? Like they can think of a thing to do. And I think that that difference between that and a rock is choice happening. Now, whether or not they were like predestined by the like initial spin of the universe to make that choice, I don't know. Maybe that's the case.
Do you think we have like free will over our thoughts? Like what you think of, you kind of like you have like power over what you think of?
I mean, I think you kind of can, but like if you go, I really want to think about ketchup, then you wanted to really think about ketchup because something inspired you to want to think about that thing. So like it feels like you do, but I don't know if we really do. I don't think so. Like, I don't think so.
I mean, that's kind of just, you think we're just kind of just like observers in that's how I almost see it. Cause like, all right, even if you want to go against free will, it's almost we're just like observing. So, I mean, I don't know, that's something that fascinates me a lot.
I think we're just like brains that obey the laws of physics, and bodies. We're bodies and brains that obey the laws of physics, living in a world of physics. And we are kind of stuck doing that. I don't know. Like, I think that like what choice is, it happens, but I just don't know if like, depending on if choice is a thing, like, I don't know, like, I don't know how it could be the case that like, all the laws of physics stop and wait for you to like decide if you're going to go left or right here. It's like, it's just because, I can agree, you know what I mean? It seems like
I can think of arguments towards free will and against it. But I mean, I don't know. The one thing I'll probably do more research on, what I think is just that interests me, is like how it's that same thing I said, how I'm experiencing me and you're experiencing you. I don't know. Personally, I feel like it has to be something different, like that awareness, like different. I mean, it's different from the brain, but I'll do more research on it. But
why would it be the case that like if it wasn't from our brain that we wouldn't see the same thing? It seems like if it was happening in our brains, we would all see different things because we all have different brains. That seems to answer that question.
I mean, in a way, I mean, it's like I'm just trying to figure out why am I like, I understand you can say, oh, it's the brain, it's the neurons, but there's something that's like observing. Almost like, I don't know. I mean, and there's some sort of, I mean, what is it called? I remember reading, I don't know if it had anything to do with this, but reading some sort of, I forgot what the exact study is, but it was like like the great observer. I mean, maybe that has to do with, I don't know, but
I really think, and I mean, like, I know
quantum physics.
I know you also like feel sensation from your feet, but when you really think about it, most of your, like the highest form of sensation that you get is when it happens near your head. Have you ever like rubbed your face in some really big titties?
I mean, I would argue that like the like what we feel is of course.
This is an important question. You can't just gloss.
I can't answer that with one of my accounts about.
Okay. Okay. So let's say you like, if you do it, and people at home, I like highly recommend just give it a shot because it's different than if they're just being rubbed on your feet. It's still nice, and a lot of people like really enjoy that. But when it's happening around your face, you hear it, you taste it, you smell it, you see it, you feel it. Like you're getting so many like close up like vibrative sensations at once that it's like just so much more enjoyable.
It triggers a lot of like different neurons. Like it triggers
and it's all happening once, and it's happening really close to your brain. And so like your brain is like quick to be like, yeah, I like this. Whereas like if someone like brushed their tit on your back, you kind of go like, what was that? Was that like, I don't know fully what that was. Did I enjoy that? Was that sexy? Or, oh yeah, it was. Okay. Later it comes around to being like a nice back tit, So like when it all is happening, you're hyper aware of it. You get way more into it. So, anyways, it's just like, another clue that like we are experiencing the stuff. This consciousness is coming from our brain. Just a little experiment you can do at home. There's also the double slit experiment. It's the same thing, but it's like two.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about.
Pussies, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, man. Those are my two arguments. All
right. Well, hey, I appreciate you, man. You were a delight to talk to. Sorry, I did a whole fucking TED talk. And a tit talk, but it's been nice talking to you, and I've been wanting to talk about that for a while. So
yeah,
thank
I appreciate
you for
it. Have a good one, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. Think I'll chain you. Okay, just gonna go down the list here. And really, yeah, try that at home. Thank Maxon for the "You Are Awesome" $1 is a meal in Thailand. Yeah, it's I went out to lunch today at a very nice place that I've never been to. That was like a fully vegan restaurant that was so good, and it's hard to find those that are all. And so we went a little crazy and spent like a lot more than $1. But thanks for paying for a percentage of it. Get on it. What's your age and religion?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. I am a born-again Christian, and I am 31.
Oh, all right. Someone asked, yeah, I don't eat meat. Just not a fan personally. And so it's nice when you can find a place that's like, you just know like everything you can get is like the whole menu is, so you don't have to sit there and like pick through everything. Yeah. Okay. So get on it. Did you know that God isn't real?
I know him very well.
Oh, that's what we're telling people here. So this will be exciting, but I do have to do one quick thing because it's the top of the hour. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:10 p.m. My best friend Joel is on an airplane right now, making his way back to you. So you better, because not listening to Joel is bad for your health. Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to let this guest know that it is not the case that God exists. So get on it. It is not the case that God exists. The Christian God from the Bible, the one that you believe in, turns out to be fake. And if you need any help, like coping with that or like understanding that, I'm here to answer your questions.
Awesome. Thank you for your concern. So, I guess let's ask what drew you to the conclusion that God does not exist?
Sure. Yeah. So when you read the Bible, which is that's
Brother,
where
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Are you having connection issues? Get on it. Are you there?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Internet just went. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay, so I said,
sound.
What drew you to the conclusion that God doesn't exist?
Yeah, sure. So when you read the Bible, which that's where the God comes from, that's where the idea of it came from, it describes him in this contradictory way. You know, it'll be like, and he's all good and he loves everybody and he killed all these people. And that's like a contradiction. That's just not true. So yeah, so you find out that that's not true. And also miracles don't really work. So the whole thing where he can do miracles, that's just not true because he can't.
You don't believe that the creator of the universe could do a miracle, no?
Nope. We've tested it many times and it's never worked.
What about the studies I've seen that I can provide for you where people that have had prayer over them, where they're praying for the outcome, are typically heal better, recover better, all those things you can say.
I'll look at that, yeah.
Yeah, let me send that across to you and try and find it to you. So what about placebo trials? Is it power of thought and power of consciousness? Why do we always, every single drug that everyone takes has to go through placebo trials? Because they know the power of thought and consciousness. And when you think about something, it's going to do something, it has an impact on it. And it, even if like double blind trials, when even like the doctor doesn't know, but then someone does know that it's meant to cause an action.
Yes. No, I agree. The power of the mind is powerful. It's actually very strong. But the unfortunate thing is that minds are human. Those are from humans' minds. But this is what just happens as our body physiologically reacts to what it thinks is happening. And a lot of times medication in particular, the point of it is to help your own body release what's already inside of it. So if it thinks that it's working, it might release those things inside of it, right? Which is, I think, is why the placebo effect works so well. And then psychologically, it's like, if you already think it's happening, well, thinking is what minds do, so that makes sense. None of that, however, proves that God exists. What it does do is show that people would believe in a God thinking it worked because the placebo effect made them think God is working in their life when it's really just them doing it themselves. So that actually is a point for me.
Oh, I'm not about point scoring, brother. So, Mezzo, have I...
Good, because I'm winning.
Ah, nice. So, in terms of, have you ever prayed to God to try and meet him? So
yeah, we do it all the time on here. This is like one of the tests I'm saying that we do. I do it. We have guests do it, and we try to do something specific to see if it actually works. And in particular, we do. If you want to do it, this would actually be great. We just get more data. I'm in a garage, and so behind me there's a garage door, and it's an electric garage door, 60 watts of energy, flips it on, and it'll just like open all the way up. The light turns on, it's loud, it's very noticeable. And so what we do is say, hey, if God's real, let's have him reveal himself by just flipping that switch. I would look into it. Like if it opened during the prayer, I would go check and be like, did my wife push the button? I would look for, I would, try to, negate it a bit, but I would be very impressed. So far, it hasn't happened though.
Sure. So on that point, are you a father?
Yes.
How do you know your child loves you?
He tells me.
He could be lying, right?
And he acts that way.
Yeah. So does he test you? Say, Dad, if you love me, you will buy me the most expensive Ferrari. If you don't love me.
And he does. They do say something like that as children. But no. But we're not talking about love. We're talking about existing.
How do you know?
I'm not saying, God, if you love me, open the garage. We're saying, God, if you exist. And if my kid was like, hey, Dad, if you exist, open the garage, I would open the fucking garage. Like, that'd be no. If he was like genuinely having a struggle with like what was real, and he was like, I don't know if my dad's real anymore, but if this garage opened, I would know it was real. I would just push the button. Absolutely, yeah.
When he's genuinely seeking, like, just to find. So my perspective.
You don't think you would, like, if you had a kid and they were having like a mental crisis and they didn't know what was real, and they were saying something like, if the garage door opened, I would know what reality was. You wouldn't do it. You'd be like, figure it out yourself, you little punk. That's crazy. Of course you'd open it.
I believe God does do this.
Oh, okay, well, let's try it. Yeah,
So,
so let's give it a shot.
Well, let's set the paradigm first, right? So do you have a partner that you love and you love each other?
Yeah, but that's what for the garage thing. Are you going to try the garage thing?
No, hear me out, brother. So
I want to hear you out, but are you going to try it later?
I don't say it. What do you mean it?
The garage thing. Are you going to try to pray to have the garage open or not?
I don't believe in testing God.
Oh, okay. So then just say I don't want to do it, and we don't have to talk about it anymore. Most people don't want to do it. They're like, they know it's not going to work. So
I don't believe in testing God, and I don't think.
Think about this though.
Can I just make my point?
No, think about this. Think about this. This is interesting. So, would you get in trouble for testing God?
No.
Okay. Then here's the options that could happen. Either it doesn't work, and all the people here, the 600 people here who are atheists, stay atheist, and all the Christians stay Christian. Nothing changes. Doesn't work, nothing changes. If by chance it does work, a lot of atheists are going to go to church on Sunday.
Awesome. So
a lot of them are. So you have nothing to lose and literally soul's infinite existence to gain. And you're not going to try it?
We're going to try it. So
let's give it a shot. Okay.
So let me give everyone the blueprint listening. So when you approach God with love in your heart, not like a scientist, not like an interrogator, not like a person trying to make a monkey perform, you approach him like a child on your back, like a submissive dog that's happy that his father come home. You come at it from a place of love. Put your phone down and not trying to test God, but the creator of the universe. If you are real, if you are listening, if you are there, if you love me.
Are you doing it right now?
I want to know you. I want to know you. I want to feel you. I want to have a relationship with you.
Are you doing the prayer right now?
I want to. No, I'm just saying, everyone, the blueprint, dear Heavenly Creator, I want to know you, I want to love you, I want to feel you. I just want to know that you're there. Please give me this divine, something that makes me know you're there, you're listening. Just something.
Are you telling me how to? I didn't understand what you're doing.
I'm telling everybody, this is what you do. You come to him like a child.
Just show us by actually doing it. But real quick, I had a comment. Someone wanted my address in the chat. I'm not so shy about it. It's 944 Airole Way. That's AIROLE Way, Los Angeles, California, 90077. But don't come around pushing buttons on garage doors. That'd be cheating if you started doing that.
I'm just outside now. I think it's I'm just around the corner actually.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, you can come by and try it. Yeah, if you need to be close to. But okay, so are you going to do the prayer now?
Well, no, I'm not necessarily doing a prayer because I think it's got to come from places anyways. But if you want me to do a prayer, then let's do it. Maybe we can do it together. Would you like to pray with me?
Yeah, sure. So I don't know exactly what to say. I'll close my eyes. I'll keep kind of one eye on the garage door, but I'll bow my head. And do you need music?
Oh man, no music. All I need is your open heart, like a child. Imagine there is a God that loves you, that created it, and knows everything about you before you were born. So what's your actual name? My name's Santino. What's your name, brother?
Mezzo.
Mezzo. Is that your real name?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, awesome. So let's close your eyes. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Fill us with the Spirit of God. Thank you so much for our amazing life, the breath we're breathing, all of the amazing pleasures that we've ever felt, and all of the hardships we've overcome. We ask, if you are real, if you are there, if you love us, if you made us, we want to know you. We want a relationship with you. We want to feel you. We don't want to test you. We just want to come to you like a child loves their father with a pure heart. And we want to know everything about you. And we want you to fill us with your Spirit. And we want to just have undeniable evidence and proof that you are there. You are listening, that you are a caring and loving God. And we know that sometimes we do wrong. We just ask you to put us on the most righteous path in our life. I pray for Mezzo and his family, for protection over them, for wisdom. And I pray that everyone listening in this chat right now feels the love of God and they have an open heart like a child before God, not like a scientist, not like a judge, not like a testing jury, but like someone with a child who wants to genuinely know and love God. I pray in Jesus' name that everyone listening right now will feel that love, feel that warmth, and see undeniable signs that you are real, that you love them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. That was a good one. Let's take a check.
Yeah. Nothing happened, but can I tell you a quick story, bro?
Well, give it a
2 minutes, then
second.
we'll go. I didn't pray for the garage door to open.
What? That's what we just were.
No, we were praying to know God.
Yeah, but that's how.
You don't get everything you want straight away.
No, I know that in like the normal, like non-miracle universe, you don't get what you want straight away. But with miracles, that is kind of the thing with it.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying, man. But the premise
Yeah,
you're
that's
setting is an disingenuous one, I would say.
I was very much was being respectful, and I was trying to feel like a child of God with an open heart to the best that I'm able to. I don't know how to be more genuine than I was, but the garage door didn't open, and I was waiting for it to open. So I understand that this is not evidence for the existence of God. I think it's evidence against the existence of God, because every single time we've tried this is what happens. This is exactly what you would expect to happen if God didn't exist. You would pray it and the thing wouldn't open, right? So
this is exactly what you'd expect to happen if the devil exists and he didn't want you to know God as well. Right?
were you praying to the devil? Or did you say in Jesus' name?
I was not praying to the devil. I'm also saying the devil would also be working well if he wanted you to not believe in God, right?
So the devil overpowered God. God tried to do it, but that the devil is like, not today, God.
I don't remember when those words come out of my mouth. That's not what I said, brother.
Well, do you think God was trying to open my garage door or not?
I don't think God's playing your games to open the garage door, and no one asked him to.
Then why are you bringing the devil into the devil? Would just kill me, right?
No, the devil wants you alive and not believing in God, and
why does he want me alive? Doesn't he want me in hell?
He wants your soul, brother.
Yeah, my soul. He wants my soul in hell, right?
Jesus loves you, and he came for you, and he is.
I understand that, but the devil wants my soul to be in hell, right?
He wants your soul, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't believe in God right now. So if I die right now, my soul would go to hell. Why doesn't he just kill me?
Well, let me give you this example, right? So have you ever stubbed your toe before?
Yeah.
It's like the most painful thing ever. You're like, nothing is worse right now, right? Until maybe you accidentally broke a bone, like you broke your arm. Have you ever broken a limb before?
The most painful thing I ever experienced was I dislocated my ankle, and my whole foot was sideways.
Pretty painful, right? Hopefully you recover from that. So
I had to put it back in myself, like it was fully sideways, and I had to and
pretty brave of you.
Yeah, that hurt real bad. That was really bad. Yeah. But do you think that's how bad hell is?
No, nowhere near, man. So I kind of giving you the acclamation. So imagine stubbing your toe. You're like, this is the worst thing ever. Then you break a bone or dislocate an ankle, like you said, mate. And then that's the worst thing ever. And then it's like escalation of the worst possible things you could think about in humanity. And
terrible. I hate all this. God should stop all this stuff. But Satan wants it. Satan wants it to happen, right?
Pain and suffering, I don't think glorifies God. Makes God happy or anything like that. But think of a drop. Think of all of our earthly things that we have happen to us, whether it's pain, suffering, it's the most awful thing.
I get it. Stop saying the examples and get to the point.
No. I am. You're interrupting. So imagine a drop in the ocean is like that of eternity, right? The pain and suffering you could ever feel on earth, the max level, every horrific thing ever that could have happened to any poor human being.
What
is like
question are you answering? Like, what are you responding to right now? Because you're not talking about what I was asking about at all.
I'm just saying, when people say, how does God let suffering happen? Why
No,
does he
listen to my question. Why doesn't Satan kill me and take me to hell right now?
Why does he need to do that? He
He wants my soul to be suffering in hell. Get on it. Listen to
people.
Is it working? Is it like he's using me to talk to them?
Well, you're not like neutral on this. You're clearly like an ambassador that there is no God, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like chief ambassador of godlessness. So you think that the devil is using me?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so he wants me to stay here so he can get other people to go to hell.
That's how the devil works. But
do you think the devil knows the future?
I'm not sure about that. He might be outside of time.
Okay. So if he's outside of time, whatever that means, and he knows the future, then there's some people like Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Who they were a sinner, and then later in life they accepted Jesus, right? And so then they got to heaven. He would have known that was going to happen. He would have killed them before they died. Like if the devil was smart, he would kill everyone before they accept Jesus into their heart, right?
No, I don't think the devil works like that.
Why not?
The same way I haven't got 5 hands. It just doesn't. It's just not the power he's been given.
Oh, God gave him some evil powers, but
no, he was the most beautiful angel in heaven, actually. So we hear, right?
Right, but God it lets him keep some of his super angel powers, but not all of them. So,
if you were to make beings, right? Let's say we're God, blasphemy of saying we're God, right? You wouldn't want to just make a drone, a robot that just loved you and was programmed to love you, right? You'd want them to, like children, we'd want them to love us because they love us, because they think Dad's so smart, Dad loves me, Dad's a great dad, he's funny, he's so strong. You want them to.
I'm actually a fan of fleshlights.
Yeah, good for you.
Like I think that's totally fine, and I don't know if I love them, but like I get a lot from them. I have a good collection.
Yeah, well, I'd rather a loving woman, but whatever floats your boat, mate.
But you're saying God wants like to hook up with real people? Or be like in love with real people.
No, not in a sexual sense. But if you had a creation, you'd want them to genuinely love you because they love you, not because they're programmed to love you, right?
And then once they reject you eternally, like if I made them, I'll just say if I made them, and then one of them was like, I was like, I want you to love me, and they were like, I don't. Then I would be like, okay, that's fine. Do you want a mansion? And then I would just let them be in heaven in a mansion over there. But you're saying God is you didn't pick me, I'm going to kill you forever with my buddy Satan, who I also gave free will to. Why did he give Satan free will?
No, I'm not.
He wanted Satan to love him.
I'm not saying that at all. So it's the same way. If I knocked on your door right now to come in, maybe you'd let me in, but let's say someone you didn't know, a complete stranger, knocked on your door to come in. Would you just let them into your house?
No, but if I made them, I would.
Why not?
Yeah, if I made them, I would let them in for sure.
Yeah, what about I pay a gym membership, right? So if I could knock on the door to the gym membership, hey, I'm a really good guy, I'm really nice to people, I love fitness, you just let me in. And they're like, yeah, you got to pay the membership. You're like, no, but I'm a really good guy, I promise. So let me ask you a question, Mezzo. Have you ever lied?
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why are you talking about gym memberships when I'm asking you about Satan? Does Satan not pay the gym membership in heaven?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. So
Then
have
why are
ever
you
told a lie
why are you
before?
talking about it?
Well, forget
I'm
the
not
point.
answering your question until you explain yourself. Why are you talking
Oh,
about
well,
this?
I'm talking about entering the kingdom of heaven, and we're talking about, you said
Right. Satan
about
got
how,
kicked out, right?
sure.
Yeah. Okay. And then God let him keep his superpowers. He kicked him out and said you can still be superpowered though.
Well, I think that's if he made him, you know, like
He made him evil.
no, he gave him free will. You could be evil, right? If you make a person that made your car didn't think, oh, I want this person to go run someone over. It's a car, right? It has the ability to do many good things. It also has the ability to do bad things with it, with the wrong, you know, with the wrong person. So it's the person choosing to drive it and how they conduct themselves with that power, so to speak, is the person.
Zach, are you a Christian?
No, sir. I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist, and I just want to tell you thank you. I just want to say how much I love you.
I appreciate that, but you're not allowed to be here. See, I kicked him out of heaven. Watch this. I'll do it. See, get on it. This is how it works. I kick them out, and I say, you don't have the power to be here anymore. And then they're fucking gone. DJ Hot Tub, are you a Christian?
Oh, did I join on
Ah,
accident?
get the fuck out of here. See how it works? I'm using these people to make a point. Bye, DJ Hot Tub. Love you. Okay. Okay. See, this is how it works. You just get rid of them. But you're saying he let Satan hang out?
You're kind of making stories up.
Santino, are you a Christian?
You know what? That's my other account.
It's Santino and Sophia.
That's me, my other account. I thought my bigger clout account might get your attention.
This is the same guy?
That's me, bro. Yeah.
I have two. Oh, God, I have two of you up? Jesus Christ. Man. I'll get someone else. Let's just get someone else over here. This is the bigger one. Oh, how many people are on this one? How did this guy get 30,000 followers? What a waste of a guy. What's it to you? Welcome in. You've been here before, right? What's your age and religion?
25 and I'm Christian.
Yeah, I think I've seen you before, probably. Did you know that? Did you hear the news though?
Did I hear the news that the bird is the word?
No, that's old news. That God isn't real.
So you mean I've been praying to nobody?
I hate to tell it to you, but I mean, you've been praying to yourself, and there's something to say to that, right? Like it's nice that you've been able to have conversation. I used to do it too, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would agree with you. I would agree with your prompts if I didn't there's a specific story talked about in my scripture. It talks about a specific disciple of Jesus's called Thomas. Mm-hmm. And it's a famous one that's used to describe, people who are kind of like me, doubting. And it took this entity that you're saying isn't real, showing himself to me in the quite literal physical sense, and then me doing my own research and investigation thereafter, to where I had to find, okay, cool, I've done my research into all of these different kinds of religions or philosophies or schools of thought, and they've yielded nothing. Well, let me look into this one. Okay, I'm looking into this one for truth and understanding, and oh wow, it's yielding a lot. Not only is it yielding a lot, but the God of this scripture made himself known to me physically.
Okay,
now,
I have two questions about this so far. One is, what was your take on Hinduism? Like, why was that not true?
Hinduism, the idea of it is that, this is all about a cycle, and your role or job is to get out of this cycle, because this cycle is meant to teach you something, right? You're meant to go through this cycle until you get it right. But my faith says no. My faith says,
Wait, your Christian faith says no?
Yes, my faith
Oh,
says.
I thought you. Sorry, I
do
misunderstood. I thought you meant you tried other religions to see if they were true, but you were just a Christian the whole time. So that's different. Yeah, it's different.
No,
okay.
no.
So you didn't really
was
you didn't try Hinduism. Yeah, okay. But my
I
other
was
question,
an atheist for 22 years. I'm 25 now.
Oh yeah,
And as I said,
okay.
After this experience with a metaphysical entity,
When did you look into
I
Hinduism?
right after I had this experience, I looked
that was
into
like the first one?
absolutely everything. No, it wasn't the first one. It was like the third one.
Taoism.
I mean, Taoism. I mean, that's Wu-Wei. That's
Magic stick.
I'm familiar with that.
Okay, my other thing is the Gospel of Thomas, right? Because Thomas,
Yes.
this guy Thomas is your dude. Did you read the Gospel of Thomas, his book that he wrote?
You mean a book that was attributed to Thomas, but was later found out to be a Gnostic heretical text?
Are you sure?
Yes.
How did they find that out?
Well, I mean, sorry, my radio. What do you mean? How did they find that out? They did critical analysis of the manuscripts that they have.
Are you sure?
And okay, I mean, you just want to pretend that didn't happen?
I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure you. I just want to make sure you know why they rejected the Thomas.
Please enlighten me on why they rejected Thomas.
Hey, I'm not the one who knows why. You do know. You know why.
I didn't say I did.
Yeah, you did. You said they did a critical analysis of something, and then you stopped talking. What
I
was
said
it?
they did a critical analysis.
Who?
I did not do a critical analysis of the Gospel of Thomas because it's considered pseudepigrapha. It's not considered a part of the canon of Scripture, so I don't study it. I don't consider it inspired Scripture.
Who did this analysis?
People who have a lot more education on this stuff than I do. A lot more education. And I don't want to assume your education, but these people have like doctorates. So unless you have a doctorate,
no, that's not why. This was before doctorates existed. This has happened a long time ago. One of the reasons is because they realized that it was composed decades after the apostles had died. So they were like, he couldn't have written it. This was written after they died. But that's also true of the other Gospels. So that's kind of a problem there if you're going to reject it for that. One of them is just because it went against the other ones. They were like, this can't be true. We want to believe the other ones. That's the main reason. So some people sometime later were like, we want to believe these ones and not this one. So we're going to reject this one. But what if it really was the one? I mean, you wouldn't really know, right? Did you read it?
did I read the Gospel of Thomas?
Yeah.
I took a gander at it because I was like, oh, they just recently. I'm pretty sure they have a study of it somewhere in like the actual manuscript, in I think the Egypt or somewhere around there. So they have the actual manuscript up as like a piece that you can go and look at and see.
Well, not the original. We don't have original manuscripts, but some old manuscript of it.
So the manuscript that they have in that one is not the original?
We don't know. We don't know if we have any originals. How would we know?
Well,
we wouldn't say this is the original.
Okay, so you may not know, but they do.
No, they don't.
Because that's the reason why they have it up there.
It's the earliest manuscript, but not the original.
So if something is considered the earliest, that would mean that it would be the original.
It's the earliest we've found. That doesn't mean it's the first one.
Okay, I can let that one slide for you. I'll give you that.
It's not a
one.
let it slide. That's just the case. Like you can look up, do we have the original manuscripts of any of the Bible? And it's going to say no. The entire Bible. The entire Bible we don't have originals of.
No, I was saying that I'll give you that it is the earliest one that we've found. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Like, I'll give
Okay.
you that one more so.
Yeah, I'm
but
just saying you don't have
just
to give that
because
to me.
it's
That's just
earliest
the
one
case.
we've-
Yeah.
I understand that, but that doesn't take away from the credence or does not negate the existence of my God. That's just something that somebody at one point tried to pervert the faith, which is also talked about in the scripture, and it was called out and deemed not a part of it. Like
All right, let's just take a look here. The earliest Gospel of Thomas. Let's just look it up.
The thing about the word, though, is that it stands the test of time.
Okay, the earliest Gospel of Thomas is generally dated to the mid to late second century A.D. The earliest known manuscript fragments are from around 200 A.D., suggesting a composition date no later than this time, which means there could be stuff earlier, of course. The full Coptic version. So this is how, by the way, this is just how dating stuff works. We do this in science as well. I was thinking about this recently. Like when you date things backwards, you only say it's as old as the like earliest evidence is. So they do this with like humans too, or like everything, right? So they'll be like, when was, when were tools first invented? Human tools, and they can like say like the earliest site that we found that has tools was 100,000 years ago. I don't know what it was, something like that. So we can say it's at least that. It could have been 1,000,000 years ago, but at least like that's as far as back can go. So it's like no earlier or no later than this, and that's where we lock it until we find other like evidence that beats that record. So that's the same thing with manuscripts. We go, well, the earliest one we have is this, but we don't know if it's the original or a copy. They usually don't say this is a copy of the thing. It's just that you think it's the oldest one, and then you find an older one. You go, now it's this one. Then you find an older one. You go, okay, now it's this one. Right? So anyways, that's just how dating stuff works and how we like use that kind of language when we're talking about it. But the Gospel of Thomas is written, or the earliest manuscript we have is like this 200 AD. It was rejected around that time in 200 or 300 AD, or CE as we would say more now. And so, yeah, it's like pretty early on, they were like, we're just not accepting this one. They found it and they were like, nah, we just found these other ones. We're going to take them in. It's all around, they found all of them around the same time. Paul is written a little earlier, I think, but not, like some of the Gospels are around that time. Let's see this. When's the earliest Mark? I always like learning this stuff. The early Gospel Mark commonly dated to 70 to 75 AD. That's based on a scholarly consensus. But where's the manuscript? Earlier datings, other arguments, mid to late. But when's the manuscript?
So these things that are coming out 70 years after the person that they're all talking about, which is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well,
right.
I mean,
Which
that's
is why.
It's the earliest
AD, because it is after the death, or sorry, after the unalivement of Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So hold on, I found it.
One of the other reasons why it is so important.
What's it? I know.
Like it's not just to say like common era.
I want to pivot to that. But let me just read this thing. So the oldest manuscript we have is around 200 AD. So it's about the same for Mark, and it just has like a couple little like fragments of it. Okay, so it's about the same for Mark as the Gospel of Thomas. Now, when they did this and when they wrote this,
you just read that the earliest manuscripts that we have were dated to 70 AD.
No, that's when listen close. That's when scholars think the originals were written, but the manuscript, the fragment of manuscript we have, is around 200 AD. And so they're thinking that it was written earlier based off of the text that it says. They think it was written around 70. Which is still, quite some time after Jesus. Now, when they wrote it, I'm not an expert on this, but when they wrote it, they didn't say, and this is the Gospel of Mark, signed the year 70 AD. Do you know why they didn't do that? For three reasons. One, the Gospels were anonymous. We don't know who wrote them. Two, no one writes like that. And three, it wasn't called AD back then. Do you know when they started calling it AD? They weren't on the same calendar back then.
Yes, I'm aware that they were not on the same calendar.
Do you know when they started calling it after death and before Christ?
When?
It's like the year 550. It's like way late. It's like 500 years after. And the guy who did it was just a Christian. He thought it was true. And so he was like, I think we should start doing or not Anno Domini or whatever. I don't know, whatever they say. But like, it's about like the God, and he made it about Jesus. He was a Christian, so he made it that, and everyone was like, okay, yeah.
But the thing is that, and so it was. Like, we are in the year of 2025, which is considered 2025 years after the death, or sorry, unalivement of the figure of the religion.
Yeah, our like country uses that calendar.
No, not only our country.
Wait, lots of countries do, and some don't.
And the reason they didn't do the whole signed by Mark, it not only just because people don't write like that, because that's a thing that we have devolved to, because we are selfish people inherently.
To date our work?
Yes. Because if you're writing something that is going to stand the test of time, you don't need to date it. You don't need to date it. The truth will stand the test of time. As it has shown you, the truth will stand the test of time.
It's not true, though. So that's a bummer. If it's not true,
why am I here?
What's it? If it's not
true, then why am I here?
If it's not true, then it means falsehoods withstood the test of time.
I'm sorry? Say it one more time?
If it's not true, then it means that lies stand the test of time. You know what really stands the test of time? Vagaries. Vagueness. The vagaries stand the test of time because it's harder to pin down. If they had dated it, if they had been specific.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but ultimately, take religion theology out of it. Ultimately, what we are arguing about is the truth. So when I'm saying the truth stands the test of time, this is the scripture that I as the believer, that I've done my research. Now I'm not the most knowledgeable, I get that, but I'm trying to share with you as the believer of the faith, saying, hey, this is the truth that has stood the test of time.
Which religion has standed the longest test of time?
What's up?
Which religion has stood the longest test of time?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
It's Hinduism. It's that one. It's been around longer. It was written before Judaism. Judaism's been around longer than Christianity.
Do you understand that Christianity is the amalgamation of the Jewish law, and it is the I don't mean to be like too on the nose about it, the literal son religion of Judaism, because Jesus Christ was a first century itinerant Jewish rabbi who came and turned the Jewish law on its head, and then created his own religion, starting with Peter. And he said to Peter, you are the rock on which my foundation will be built. That is the day that he gave him that name. And Peter is literally translated to rock. Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter.
That seemed more appropriate. So do you think that Hinduism is older than Christianity?
Sorry about that. What's up?
Do you think
Hinduism is older than Christianity? I don't have any problem with that, though.
Okay. Do you think that
I don't have a problem with that.
Do you think that if a religion lasts for a really long time makes it true?
So again, I told you earlier.
Answer the question.
I'm not talking about religion. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the truth. We are arguing truth, are we not?
Oh, atheism's older than all of them then. Yeah, so that makes sense. Atheism has stood the test of time. There was atheists way before Christianity was invented, way before Hinduism was invented. And look at me, here we are today, still preaching the truth. You know what, my fellow atheists? We've been coming a long time on this journey, through time, through space. Our ancient brethren fought the Neanderthals and won with the power of atheism. And so here we are today. We did it. We're alive today. And we live to breathe another day, but now we don't fight. We don't have the need. Yes, we use the technology through science and the advancements that we've done away from religion, progressing away from the problems of religion as our atheism continues on to stand the test of time as the number one worldview that has ever been. Gay man.
Hey Mezzo, I don't want to potentially disrespect you, so I'll ask you beforehand, is it okay if I pray for you?
Yeah, can you do the garage door one?
The garage door prayer?
Yeah.
That's probably an inside joke that I'm not getting.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you heard the other guy. I'm in my garage, and what we try to do is have people pray to have God open my garage door to prove he's real.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm more so like I guess, but I'm more so just saying like I would like to pray for God to actually show himself to you in some way.
That's the way.
Some way.
That's the way that would convince me. I've been asking people to do it. Usually they say no, so then that doesn't convince me. But then sometimes they try it and it doesn't work, so I remain unconvinced. But hey, if you do it, if you pray, and even if there's not a God, but just by coincidence, like my wife comes home and opens the garage door, I'm going to go to church on Sunday. All right, I promise you that. If you pray and during your prayer this thing opens up, and don't drag it on for 6 days to try to make it happen. Just do like a minute prayer, and if it opens up, I'll go to church on Sunday and I'll film it. Okay. All right, take it away. Do you want the music?
No, I mean you can. You don't have to.
Yeah, I'll watch the door. Go ahead.
Holy Spirit, guide us. Holy Spirit, teach us to pray. Father God, I ask that the sign that your servant is asking for, I ask that you grant him, and maybe even the one that he's not asking for, I ask that you grant him that one as well. Any sign that you can give him to show him your glory, show him that you are actually a part of his life and a part of all of our lives. Father God, I just ask as your humble servant, even though I'm just a man, I ask that you are able to do these things for this person and for everybody on this live. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen.
He gave it a shot, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here. What's it to you? I appreciate you. You're a good sport. Come on back some other time. We're getting near the end of the showtime here. Where's this frickin' background? Oh, there we go. Okay, I think this is the one we were doing. Let's get a few more guests in here. It's the top of the hour, 11:53. And, shit. Okay, we'll do one more debate, and then we'll raid. Let's see here who's on to raid. 1 second. Oh shit. Well, 1 second. Oh, Born Again is on, of course. My queen. My queen, Born Again. We can go over there. But let's do one more debate.
But like my views would very much.
Hello? Hello?
They would.
Hey.
Oh, do we have like a bunch of people at once on this?
Yeah, but that's okay. We'll start at the bottom. What's your age and religion?
Yeah, I never.
Well, before that, brother,
I tried.
I would like you to join me in prayer. Jesus, Lord God, open this man's garage door. In the name of Jesus,
everything at the
open this man's door. Let your light flow through this garage.
Like, oh, fucking crazy! Like I was just $2.99. I was just trying to help you out.
The flying tangerine. Do you know that you're on a live right now?
Live now. Yeah, I shouldn't be there. I'm sorry. I'm explaining being here while I'm being here, so you can drop me. I didn't mean to.
Oh, so do you mean to be here?
No, 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 no.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
atheist. I'm friendly.
Oh, congratulations. You have the correct worldview.
Yeah,
Good
you're
job. Yeah,
killing
nailed
it.
it. And then we have I'm Mike 68.
Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Oh, okay. DJ Hot Tub, are you up here again? You trying to get back into heaven?
Why do you keep letting me on your panel?
Get the fuck out. God damn, just stop. There's rules here, people. There's rules here. Okay. Well, we'll just try and do a real one. Okay, so I'm Mike. What did you know that wait, what background is this?
Yeah, I noticed that you changed the prompt or whatever it did. Was that?
Yeah, so no, I turned off the thing and I don't mean to show that. So it's like it's a little embarrassing. I don't always take pictures of myself like this. It was just for a specific background of this thing, but yeah, I mean, we can do is God real or something like that?
Well, yeah, I believe that God is real. More specifically, the Christian God, the God of the Bible.
Okay. So you think he's real and worthy of worship and all that?
Yes, I do.
Why? What do you think's so good about him?
Well, he's good in the sense that not only is he kind, but he's also just. Meaning that if evil needs to be punished, he will be the one to punish it, or he can, and he executes his justice by punishing evil.
Right.
In one sense.
So he uses evil to punish evil.
No, he uses wrath to punish.
Oh, is
evil.
wrath good?
If it's meant to eliminate the problem that is causing harm and suffering, or to end something that is detrimental, either for himself or for people in general, then yes, it is a good thing, because ultimately,
what is wrath? Like, maybe I don't know what wrath means. Like, I think of it as like just like an extreme anger, like crazy angry. It doesn't seem like a just way. Like if an actual judge was like, okay, here's your sentence. You're gonna serve 4 years in jail. I hate to do this to you, but that's what you deserve. That sounds just. But if he was like just showing wrath, I'd be like, this judge is nuts. Get him out of here. Get him off the bench.
Yeah. So the way I understand wrath is that wrath is God's punishment, or God's way of executing vengeance, if you will. Like like the Bible says, vengeance is mine, I am the Lord, I will repay.
Yeah, like revenge and stuff. Okay, let's look at what define wrath. Let's see here. Okay, so you're saying it's a punishment. Yeah, it says here it's extreme anger. That sounds more like what I was saying.
Yeah, I'll look it up as well.
Strong, vengeful anger or indignation. Here's a punishment. Okay, here it is on Merriam-Webster. So the second one is it's loading. A retributory punishment for an offense or a crime. Divine chastisement. So that's what you're talking about. Okay. So it's I usually just hear that as like an outraged lunatic, but you're saying it's like a just punishment.
Well, yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it is that, and it is also an expression of God's anger against something.
He's like overly emotional, and he can't control it, so he's killing people and stuff.
Well,
it just seems really unjust to me. Like when I read it, and from the get-go, like early on in Genesis 6, he's like, he wants to kill everybody. Like, whoa, this is intense, Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there have been times where God has, where God has decided. Obviously, you know about Noah's flood. Um, one of the justifications for that is the fact that he said, or it says in Genesis that all flesh has corrupted their way on the earth and whatnot. That the earth is filled with violence. That the earth is filled with violence, and that all flesh has corrupted their way on the earth and whatnot.
Right.
And so as a result of their refusal to not turn away from it after being warned, and this sort of ties into Noah's mission of God telling him to build an ark. The Bible says that Noah was a preacher of righteousness. And so the way I picture it is Noah is telling them about God's judgment. They didn't believe him. They didn't trust him. They laughed at him. They mocked at him.
Telling who?
At him. They mocked him.
Like everyone on earth, he's telling this?
Pretty much. I would say
he did a world tour.
People. No, I would say the people within his vicinity. The people that he can actually interact with.
Yeah, but there's people over in Spain at the same time who just like they don't know what's going on, and then a flood kills them.
Yeah. I don't know the extent as far as how far Noah had to go in order to warn people or to do, as the Bible says, preach righteousness. And
I don't. Where does it say that?
I don't know the extent.
Let's look at it. When does it say that he preached to everyone and warned them?
More so that he was a preacher of righteousness.
Well, I mean, specifically, we're talking about if he warned people about the flood. That would have been before. He was like a preacher, and he was a preacher, and then that's why God knew he was righteous. But then once God says build an ark, it seems like he's building an ark and doesn't have time to do a world tour.
Yeah. So the scripture specifically where it mentions that is 2 Peter chapter 2 verse 5.
Okay. So this isn't in Genesis at all. So later they're saying we think he probably did this.
Yeah.
It says, this is for people at home. This is page 1042. For God did not spare the angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to chains of deepest darkness, to be kept until the judgment. And if he did not spare the ancient world, even though he saved Noah, a herald of righteousness, with 7 others when he brought a flood on the world of the ungodly, and if turned into the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, wait a second, hold on. Why did he have to flood the earth?
Okay, so
it was because the bad angels were having sex with humans, making Nephilim, right?
Yeah, that was
But it says here the bad angels were chained up in hell.
So it is possible. So it is possible that could have taken place afterwards, because apparently the way the story goes is that these fallen angels who saw the daughters of men, saw that they were beautiful and whatnot, that
Lucifer sinned way before that. Lucifer sinned before Adam and Eve, right?
I would say so.
So he's chained up in hell. And all the angels he brought with him.
Not necessarily all the angels.
Okay, that makes sense. So another round of angels sinned. So those ones did, and then some other angels also sinned by fucking human women. And then so God kills everybody. It doesn't really say that Noah went around and preached to the whole world, but let's say he did. He somehow did like a world tour, and everyone on earth finds out. And you're also saying that you think everyone on earth did deserve death by drowning for what they were doing?
Well, no, I'm saying that. Well, my reasoning specifically, what was that this was a part of God's justification for doing it, because because as you mentioned, as far as the as the fallen angels having sex with women, creating a race of giants of unnatural of unnatural humans, if you will.
Well, yeah,
That as a
supernatural.
result of that,
Yeah. I guess supernatural and unnatural are the same thing.
that as a result of that, God decided to go ahead and destroy the. God decided to go ahead or whatever and destroy everything with the exception of Noah, because he was considered upright.
Yeah, but this is where I get caught up.
To save his family.
Mike, this is the problem. If it was the case that some angels fucked human women and it made these like unnatural giants, that's all weird. I don't know if that makes any of them worthy of death by drowning. Furthermore, the other infants who are also alive, like, I've said there's people in Spain, some couple just had a baby and then the flood comes and drowns them and their baby. They probably watched their baby drown before they drown. So how do you justify that? How can you still say this is good and just when he's drowning like innocent infants?
Well, in one sense, if that's the case, if that's the case, in one sense, as it pertains to a baby or an infant, and whatnot, while the death itself, their life being cut short, is tragic, while it is, the end result of it.
Tragic is like if it's an accident or something, you would say that. It's horrific.
Yeah.
If God is doing it on purpose, he's a like monstrous horror. That's just a better word for it.
Okay. So while that takes place, while that if an infant dies or whatever, the end result of it is they go back to heaven to be with where they are taken care of, where they are loved, where they will receive everything that they need, and they are allowed to continue to grow up in heaven.
All infants. Do you think all infants go to heaven?
Every last one of them. Yeah.
So do you think we should be drowning infants?
No.
Why not?
That's murder, and that is
no, but they get to go to heaven. It's bad. It'd be bad for me to do it, but the baby would go to heaven, right?
Well, yeah, but we shouldn't do it though.
Yeah, but think about this. I could pray and pray and pray and preach and preach, and I could try to. Well, taking an innocent life isn't bad because they go to heaven. You just said that, right? So that's fine.
I am saying that. I am saying that it is bad if we kill them, if we murder them. But
that's what God did.
Result of it, but that the end result.
Oh, he did a bad thing, and the end result was good. Okay, so I think it's you can't say God is all good and that he did a bad thing. I'd also contest that he drowned all of the animals and that they were innocent too. But do animals go to heaven?
I've heard stories. Yeah, I've heard stories about that.
There's worms in heaven.
As far horses, beasts, animals, lions,
cockroaches, mosquitoes,
insects. Yeah,
sounds terrible.
I would say so. Snakes. You like snakes?
Not really.
Yeah. I mean, I would say. I mean, shoot. Do you have a pet?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, shoot. If you accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, and he forgives you of your sin, you'll be in heaven. And
well, my cat's a Christian, but my dog's an atheist.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't think that they can actually reject salvation or reject the offer of.
Oh, they don't get free will. So it's okay to drown animals.
Heck no, I never said that.
Well, they would just go to heaven. They would love it.
Yeah,
like if it's the case that it's like,
but the act of it is still evil though.
Drowning an animal.
Yeah, the act.
Then
of
God
it
did an evil. God did an evil then. He drowned a bunch of animals.
That was an act of judgment.
He judged animals?
Animals, yes. All you want to read the scripture? Let's go to Genesis.
Yeah, what were the animals guilty of?
What were the animals guilty of?
Yeah, that they deserved that judgment. Were they getting fucked by Nephilim or something?
Probably, seeing as though bestiality is a thing. I mean, if humans can f animals, why couldn't an angel do it? And yes, that is a real question. If humans are able to exercise their free will to screw their animals, why wouldn't an angel why wouldn't an angel do it out of rebellion?
You think an angel fucked a snake? And not just any snake, every snake?
No.
So some snakes were innocent? Do you think the snakes like consented and that's why they were guilty? Or do you think that it was like angel on snake rape?
Heck no. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't either. This whole thing sounds nuts.
I mean, but it's true.
Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. Yeah, that's right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I just, there's no way I could respond to that anymore. I'm having fun. I can't. What do you do with that? He wins. That's the end of it.
Because I'm close to the edge. I try not to lose my head.
I guess I'll just do this. That's got to be it. I did want to, before we raid out, feel free to raid out a little bit more news that I just want to make sure everyone is aware of. There's some stuff going, a little bit of business to end on here. Merchandise we have available in the store here. We have shirts that say God is make-believe. We have all of your favorite Bible verses on tote bags that kick ass. I will have to get rid of this background for a minute. Here's one. Garage door still closed. Here's one that's a beautiful Bible tote with a verse from Ezekiel here. And here's one of those very animals that, was guilty of getting raped by an angel. And on the other side, it has the whole verse written out. So this one says, Ezekiel 23, verses 20 to 21, she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emission was like that of horses. So if you want to get that, there's a whole bunch of other great Bible verses, and they're nice tote bags. Highly recommend them. And of course, inside it says BBDs. Don't fuck with the horses in heaven, guys. When you get there and you see horses, you're going to be like, we're in heaven. Everything's great. The horse can finally understand me. They can consent. Don't do it. You're going to get kicked out. You're going to get kicked out. And we also have cups or something. The bags are really good. Genuinely high quality, good bags. I use it for library books. Yeah, they're actually really good. Okay. And what else? Oh, yeah. I talked about the NDE video. If you guys haven't seen it, look in my bio. There's a video near the top that's doing really well. Share it, like it, post it out. It's hilarious. It's about NDEs. I told you guys I've given up on YouTube. I don't care. I just can't keep up with it. It's too busy in my house. I wanted to try to make a channel. Not right now. I'm just not doing it right now. And that'll be out a bit in November, but I should be here Sunday, I think. Now, a few people here maybe know who Andrew Wilson is. It might be Andre Wilson or Andrew Wilson. I'm not totally sure. Famous machismo, like male debate guy who's like men's rights, like one of those guys. And I accidentally ended up in a call with him on Sam's Live, and we had a bit of a debate. And he was doing this thing where he was like, you know, infiltrating and just like trying to debate people, and like it wasn't genuine. He was just like trying to do it to appease his crowd to make money. But in the debate, he helped me find a good contradiction, which we used a little bit tonight. When people do this thing where it's like, sometimes God has to do something a little bit bad for a greater good. That means he's not all good. That's like a great omnibenevolence contradiction. You can't do a little bad for a better good because it's a little bad. Right? Like that, to me, that kind of cuts out omnibenevolence in an interesting way. Like it would be an impossible act for him to like do something like a little bad that served like letting someone's free will, you know, rape another kid. Now I know it's bad to let that happen, but it's for a greater good of free will. Well, you can't do it. It's a little bad. It's just that's another reason why we shouldn't use words like omni, right? So we talked about that, but then at the end of it, there's this great moment, and I don't know, like I can't clip it. Sam might have it or something like that. It's probably not worth doing. It wasn't a fruitful conversation. It was very like just a bunch of yelling back and forth. As you can imagine, he's a lunatic. It's just hard to, he's just like, da, 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 da. And so you're just like trying to like say, slow down, let's talk. And you can't really do it. And then you just get mad because he's saying dumb stuff. But we got to the Deuteronomy passage where I mentioned earlier tonight, where it's like God says, approach a city and either kill them or let them be your slaves. Those, give them the option. They can come peacefully and be slaves, or you can kill them. And I was saying how like neither one of these seems like a good option at all, right? And he was saying that it was okay. And what I was saying is, why not give them a third option where God just lets their friends? And he was saying, well, God can't take their free will and make them want to be friends. And I got him on the microphone to say that if I gave him that option to either die, be my slave, or be forced to think I'm cool, so you want to be friends with me, that he would choose being my slave because that has more free will. The job of slavery has more free will because the one free will is taking where now, instead of not liking me, he likes me. And so then his free will was taken because he wants to be able to like choose who he's friends with and not. And so that one thing was just, everything else he would have stayed free. He could have had his own job. He could have had his own life, all this stuff. But that one friendship free will was like ruined for him. So he would choose, in order to get more free will, he'd choose slavery. Huh? That's insane. For slavery is the second least amount of free will you can have. Dying is first. God said to kill them. That takes their free will. Or make them slaves. That takes a lot of free will too. Friendship doesn't take any free will. The other thing he could have said is just let him be, if he cares about free will so much. And by the way, for people who care so much about free will, I'm glad that you all vote to be pro-choice. I know that you're against it technically in your own mind, and you think people should choose not to be. But you have to vote because you don't want to restrict anyone's free will. So obviously you're going to vote to be pro-choice and let people choose. For whether you think it's good or bad, it's up to them to choose. You want to make sure that choice remains because you can't take away people's free will, or else they'll be slaves. I don't know what else to say. He was a raving lunatic, and it was a fun conversation, but not fruitful. And it would be fun to talk to him again sometime, maybe with someone who could moderate or something like that, because he's just an over talker. And I was too, to be honest. So that's it. The show is done. I've been wanting to make this beat for so long. Have you heard the Coil Ray version? Yeah.
Yeah. Cause girls is players too. Cause girls is players too. It's good. Joel's on the plane. About to catch another flight. The apple bottom make him wanna bite. I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up. About to catch another flight. The apple bottom make him wanna bite. I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. About to catch another flight. The apple bottom make him wanna bite. I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up. About to catch another flight. The apple bottom make him wanna bite. I just wanna have a good night. Chickity chickity, cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Chickity I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up.
Yeah, look out for that Coil Ray version of that song. So the original song is like Grandmaster Flash, and then Ice Cube did Chickadee Check Yourself, and other people have used it too. But Coil Ray has a song out that's so good. It's like a minute long. It's super short, but it's that beat, and she absolutely bopped to it. All right, go over to Born Again. Oh, when you raid Born Again, say a raid for the Queen from thy humble knight Mezzo. You have to type all that out. A raid for the Queen from thy humble knight Mezzo. Lord Mezzo? Sir Mezzo. Sir Mezzo of what was my fucking name? Cheweth of Bubblegum. Write as much of that in as you can. Write as much of that in as you can. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care.
About to catch another flight, cause the apple bottom make him wanna bite. I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold chickity check yourself on your face.